Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. I'm just waiting for more viewers to join. Please like, share, and subscribe. This is very important that we do this. Like, share, subscribe to the channels, and remember to subscribe to True Niger. This is going to be an interesting conversation, actually, because we have not really explored this area of conversation. And I think it's about time we discuss some of all these topics, because nothing should be outside the realms, because it's just an exploration of what is the truth here. And like I stated here in the comment section, we should come to these conversations with this type of spirit. Let's keep our conversations respectful and honest, be open to learning and teaching. When we do this, we arrive at a new understanding and clarity. I think this is essential for almost all conversations, not just this conversation that's about to be had. Because if you do this, I don't know why people feel sometimes that I can understand why they feel that way to an extent. Like, people like to believe that they already know things. They don't want to explore new ideas. So this is important, that we try to open our mind, because when you open your mind up, you are going to discover things that are just astoundingly mysterious and miraculous. Don't close yourself up to new experiences in this world, because all of you that believe in God knows that God has a lot to offer us, and he moves in mysterious with so many mysteries yet to be discovered. So you have to keep your mind open with that spirit. And this conversation is going to be held not to divide, but to create understanding. To create understanding, to shed light on what is true. And when you hear things that you find objectionable, you can question it. You can say, okay, what is that? What did you say? What does that mean? And if the person gives you an opinion that you don't agree, then you give them the reason why they are wrong. Try to be patient. Don't get upset. Give them a clear reason why they are wrong. And other people on the panel will be able to say, yeah, this person said this. Why are you still holding on to that position? You see what I mean? So we have to try to learn something, because maybe it's a way of the universe and your creator trying to show you something. Don't always close yourself up. But sometimes when I speak to people, I find that they become defensive. Why? Why are you rejecting the possibility that things may be different? Because if that is true, don't you think you should know? It's very important we are open to these things. So I'm going to play some videos today, celebrating some of our, some videos is not going to encompass everything, of course. Nigeria is very complicated. All the tribes have very rich and deep culture. So whatever I'm going to play today is just a scratch on the surface. It's funny because we're actually going to the week of the Southeast, because we've covered the South. So now we are moving to the Southeast. It's interesting that this conversation came up now, and it was triggered by the earlier conversation. So, but let's just try to keep it respectful, no matter what. Keep it respectful and keep it honest. And for me, I like to get to the truth. I understand the need for people to just talk and unburden themselves. I do understand that it has value, so that they can hear, when you say something, it's a kind of, it helps with closure, it helps with a kind of feeling at ease with what you said. I understand that. But I also think what is also valuable is to understand the truth of what the world is telling you, what reality is. Because if you understand that, you will know how to navigate. Can you imagine walking around your house, switching the light off? You're not going to operate very well. You're going to be walking into the door, the wall, everywhere. That is how when you walk around without seeking truth, that's how it is. Not how it is. It's literally how it is, because you're walking around not knowing what is true. If you don't walk into a door, it's just out of luck, not because you actually know anything. See what I mean? So it enriches you to allow new knowledge to come through, not to be brainwashed. Allow new knowledge to come through and use that knowledge to empower yourself. And that is the way we are going to have this conversation. Okay, so now let me play some of the videos that I've got. Some of them are funny. I don't like not funny videos. After all, this is festive season. We'll try to keep it light now and again, and so that then before we can start getting to more serious matters. Right now, just for people to come in, I don't want to be playing the more serious topic yet, to give people a chance to come in, and but I'm going to be playing some of the interesting stuff that goes on in Nigeria, comedies and stuff like that. So that's quite cool. So I do enjoy that. All right, let me play the first one.
With good hearts, pay attention. Number one, they are unlucky when it comes to relationship. Majority of people with good hearts are always unlucky when it comes to relationship, and you can never find out how good they are unless you lose them. They are always ready to take responsibility of their actions, but unfortunately, their partners are not seeing it. They can give their all in order to make things work, but unfortunately, they are not recognized. They can sacrifice anything, but still not choosing. But do you know what? When the rejection reaches the maximum and they find no interest in you anymore, they will walk away. Have you ever wondered the reason why some people they are not in a relationship and they are not even planning to be in any relationship? That is because they have experienced heartbreak and rejection, which puts them in that condition. Most of them often have a good heart, but the trauma of rejection and heartbreak from their past relationship have actually made them to develop the mindset of all men are the same or all women are the same. Number two, people often take them for granted. People with good hearts are extremely good in all ramifications, but most times people take them for granted. They are doing something out of love, but people mistake it as desperation. Upon all their sacrifices and good deeds, people will always think that the reason why they are doing those things is because of what they will gain from them. This particular one is happening in many offices today. Someone might be naturally good. He or she will be coming to work on time and doing everything diligently. Their colleagues will probably think that the reason why they are doing all those things is in order to get promoted by their boss. Appreciation is the application to do more. Appreciation is the fire that ignites people and gives them high spirits irrespective of whatever thing they are passing through. Whenever you are in a table where you are being taken for granted, walk away. Number three, they are naturally givers and they can trust people easily. People with good hearts are naturally givers who can actually spend their last card in order to make everybody around them feel comfortable. But unfortunately, they used to fall in the hands of wrong people who can never see their worth. People with good hearts probably think that everybody is like them. They will use the same zeal and energy and follow others, but end up getting betrayed, which will later turn them into a monster. Behind that wicked man you are seeing today, there are wounds of disappointment and betrayal which recreated them that way. Number four, they care for others more than they care for themselves. They will first of all cater for everyone around them before catering for themselves. They can do anything possible in order to put smile on people's face, but forget to put smile on their own face. Some of them that are in a relationship can actually do anything to put smile on their partner's face, but at the end of the day, their partners are not seeing all those sacrifices. Rather, they will be looking for another person who doesn't have their time. I wonder. If you are on this table, learn how to put yourself first as well. Develop the mindset of energy for energy, aura for aura, love who loves you, and abandon who abandons you. Number five, people mistake them as weak people. A lot of people with good hearts are often mistaken as a weak person. Their good heart is always luring them and allowing people to penetrate them easily. Because of their good heart, no matter what you do to them, they will endure it. But people often mistake it as weakness. This type of people can be predicted by their friends. Don't worry, is he not Frank? He will do it for you. Even in the workplace, people with good heart are often mistaken as weak people whom you can actually talk to and they can actually do anything for you. Do you see that person you always mistake as a weak person? The day he or she will change, you will regret your life. Number 6, they can forgive, but they don't forget. Most people with good hearts can easily forgive you, but will not entirely forget. I'm telling you. They probably know if they keep forgiving you, you will keep hurting them. I wonder. At a point, they will develop the mindset of forgive but not forget, which will enable them to still keep those bad things you have been doing to them. Accumulation of those bad things you have done to them, which they have kept at the back of their mind, is now what will strengthen them and bring out the beast in them. At this point, if you bring good vibe, they will give you good vibe. If you bring bad energy, they will give you dangerous energy. If you do them 1, they will do you 30. Anything you give to them, they will return it in 3 folds. Some of you people does not know all these things, and I will dedicate my time and create good content. You will not like it, you will not share it, you will not recommend me. Don't worry. You don't want to learn anything from me on this app. The only son of my parents. Don't worry. See, I'm not shouting. Today is not one of those days that I will be here shouting. No, I will not shout. I'm not shouting at you. Share this video. I'm not shouting. How did the camera come?
You think it's a joke?
Forget the camera.
Oh baby, make I go low. Make I shoot you bazooka, make you for Yakata. Oh baby, make I go low. Make I shoot you bazooka, make you for Yakata. I drink a go, I drink it, kai. Okumbareta. I put that Igbo kara ole. Okumbareta. You know say today na fire for fire. Okumbareta. If it's not, you know be careful now. Okumbareta.
Hola, Carlos. Hello. Hola, Carlos. Hello.
God,
I got the advice from a madman.
Hola,
Carlos.
Eat wine.
Hello.
Wear your seatbelt. Why?
Hola, Carlos. Hello. Hola, Carlos. Hello. Hola, Carlos. Hello.
God have mercy upon us.
Hey, kakashe, kutuba.
Burubia.
Sugar kwan.
Burubia.
Granot kwano.
Burubia.
Maka enye anyo.
Enye anyo.
And amam na obema.
Obema o.
Obema.
Obema.
Emense ma wema. Emmanuel ngwa pupu here n'ichi. Emmanuel pupu this ten. No baro waguru. Emmanuel ị ga-eje BP. Ele do here owo.
Gari kwan.
Kawashed. Ịma kawashed Chineke akpọ n'ọkụ. Hey.
All right. I think we have enough people with us now, so it's about time we actually start the main presentation regarding the topic at hand. And the topic is, has Nigeria been better for Igbos-South-Easterners compared, remember, compared, in comparison. This is important. In comparison, Nigeria is not good for anybody. Let's face it. We all know that. Let's clarify that. In comparison with other groups, there's quite a strong case for saying that the Southeasterners have done relatively well compared to other Nigerians. Whether it's in spite of Nigeria, whether it's because of Nigeria, either way, Nigeria wasn't able to do it as much harm as it has done to other Nigerians. That is what we see in many matrices on the ground, metrics, as they call it, on the ground. So, let me play the first video to present, some of the, just to show some evidence of progress to show the progress some Southeasterners have made in Nigeria. All right. Let's see, pull this one back, bring this one forward.
I came to the US to flee the study of medicine. And shortly after, shortly after I arrived, I realized that for many Americans, an African immigrant was a person who was fleeing catastrophe, war, or extreme poverty, someone who grew up with nothing or whose village had been burned down. I was baffled by how often Americans expected me to be able to talk about my experience with poverty, because they automatically assumed that to be African was to be poor. The story of catastrophe and poverty in Africa is very important, and it should be told. But it is not my story, and it is not the only story of Africa. I came to the US.
So this is from Chimamanda saying that many people expect that she came to America, just to escape poverty. But in reality, she just came to escape having to study medicine. This is one other area you get to understand that, okay, she's from the Southeast, but she's doing relatively well to the point whereby she actually makes a point of stating that publicly to Western audience. And I think this video is another one that's quite instructive about this topic. This is Kenneth Okonkwo's statement regarding Southeasterners. And I really think that, some of the proponents of Southeastern demise and, kind of, targeting and, things not being good in the Southeast at all should pay attention and to what he has got to say here.
Talked about virus and bacteria, and knocking them out is the best solution to treat an organism. Whoever tells you that Igbo people are free from the virus and bacteria of what is happening in Nigeria is telling you a lie. Now, when Peter Obi came in the first time to become governor, his election was rigged. Who rigged the election? Because somebody came out openly to say, I want to confess I was the one who rigged the election. It wasn't a Yoruba man, it wasn't a Northerner. Good. They went to courts. The people that gave him judgment in all the courts he went to, they were not Igbo men. So you see, you have to analyze the problem. The problem we have in Nigeria is not outside Igbo Yoruba, it's the elite class of all tribes and all religion. When you get to Israel, the analogy you made, there are more Christians in Palestine than there are in Israel. You have Arab Israelis who are Israelis. The problem is that you have an organization that is engrossed in their theological belief that they own the Palestinian land and that the Jews do not have the right to exist. These are two different things. If you have an election in Palestinian land, majority of the people will say they don't agree with that philosophy. But when people use the force of arm and take over power, they become the alter ego of the organization. So please, I have told you, if you are somebody, the kind of administration you should be looking for is the one that should suit your nature and your nurture. We are traders, we are travelers. Do you know that what the white Jews are fighting for till today, till tomorrow, is land? If we, as traders and travelers, have Nigeria, we will not have any need to fight for land. Even if you are the greatest inventor, you will need space, you will need land. If Nigeria is ailing, the Igbo man will not be the first to suffer it, because we have the street and we eat off it. We have the technology and we eat off it. What I'm saying is that for the sake of the black man, for the sake of the African man, the Igbo man is needed in Nigeria. I maintain it and I'm saying it. The best gift God has given to Nigeria is the Igbo man. And the best land God has given to the Igbo man is Nigeria. So both of them are symbiotic. I have analyzed these things and I can tell you that if I can extricate Igbo people completely from the Malays of Nigeria, then it will start making sense that if we go back to our own as country, such virus or bacteria would not come to us. It is not true. We are also part of the problem of Nigeria. And being honest,
I disagree with you, but I don't have a way to do that. I would like to have a debate with you.
I have told you, using P2B, using when he contested to be a governor, his election was rigged. And somebody came out openly to take responsibility for the rigging. And that person is an Igbo man.
Who is it?
Oh, you don't know?
No, don't let him answer. Who is it? Who did it?
No.
Who said that he rigged it?
Yes. If you don't know, then that means I now understand why you are thinking that all the problems that Igbo people are facing in Nigeria are imposed on them by non-Igbo. So I'll give it as an assignment to you to figure it out. So that's by the way. Now, what I am saying is that what we and every Nigerian should be fighting for is a land free of corruption, a land of equity. Okay, now, if I am telling you the gospel truth, if the person leading us now had been a northerner, everybody from the South will be saying it's because South has not been given a chance to govern. I am telling you, people thought that when the South, is given a chance to govern Nigeria, it will be El Dorado. In this Fourth Republic, the South has governed more than the North. Obasanjo governed for 8 years. Goodluck Jonathan governed for almost 6 years. So calculate. Tinubu is governing now. Yar'Adua governed for 2 years plus. Then Buhari governed for 8 years. Calculate. A man from South has.
Can I ask you a question on that point you're just making right now? Because that's what I mean.
Let me land. Good. So what I'm trying to tell you is that there are people in Igbo land that if they come out to contest for the presidency, I will vote against them. Good. If you go back to your Biafra, I am telling you that in itself is not a guarantee you would have the country of your dream. I do not support, I have said it before, shrinking myself when I can get what I want in a larger space, because I have analyzed it, and the problem of Ndi Igbo in Nigeria is not because they are Igbo. In other words, nobody's maltreating you now because you are Igbo. Why am I saying that?
I disagree with you on that too. So when do I get a chance? I have to have a chance to.
No.
You
Let me finish. What I'm saying. I have given you an example. I made a success out of Nollywood. I am still Igbo. If it is only the Igbos that patronized me, I wouldn't be a success. In the last African Cup of Nations Cup that we went to compete on, there might be up to 12 Igbos in that lineup. So what you are saying, that is marginalization in a democracy, is lack of unity amongst you. And I, being a member of the 2023 campaign team, the first problem we had was the elites of Igbo land. They were even telling Igbo that if you vote for Obi, it will be a waste, that they will waste their vote. Igbo elites, right from his own governor. So seeing all these things, how would you convince me that a majority tribe is not doing well politically in Nigeria, and you want to point accusing figure on others? No. We have what it takes, if we have unity amongst ourselves, to achieve whatever political thing we need in Nigeria. When you talk about spread, it is only Igbo people as a tribe that can have the spread to influence election in every state in this country. So if you are not united, sorry, you cannot blame other people. That lack of unity will follow you back to whatever smaller country you want to build and still ruin it. So me,
all right, please allow me in here a little bit.
Hold on, sir. I do not have extra time because I need to run.
That's what I'm saying. Be conservative. Give me a little.
No. Answered, no.
Let me respond to what you just said, because
no. It's not
Rudolph, stop meeting me now.
Yes. What I am saying as a way to conclude is that my own opinion is that we are better off in a united Nigeria based on equity, justice, and fairness. If Nigeria is going to have any problem, it will not be and should not be Ndi Igbo that should be in the forefront of saying to your tents. So, but as far as I'm concerned, I prefer a united Nigeria based on equity, fairness, and justice.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. You're wonderful. You did very well. You stayed more than an hour extra or two even. But thank you so much. We appreciate you. And hopefully in no long distant time, you'll come back and help us understand what's going on in the country.
So I think you've all heard Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. I didn't know he was a doctor, actually. Kept calling him barrister. You've heard him, and I've never heard anyone make such a case for Nigeria before. That is, well, the case he was making transcends even Nigeria, the South-Easterners. That is the case he's making, and he's quite right from my point of view. My point of view, I think he has a strong case, because now let's look at other metrics in Nigeria. If you look at one of the metrics we talked about, like life expectancy, which is generally how long your people live. You know, what are the chances that they're going to die at a young age? You know, when your people are dying at a young age, it means things are not good. That's a sign things are not good if they're dying very young. And then, but when you look at the life expectancy table in Nigeria, I was shocked to see some of the numbers that was found around the world that I thought maybe the South-Easterners would do really, things would be very bad, even with all this, sit at home and everything. But the life expectancy in that region still stands out as reasonably high. You know, many of the time we assume that the Southwest and South or maybe even the North is doing better, but it's not necessarily true. But because if you look at like Lagos is quite high, life expectancy for Lagos. Let me see if I can zoom in so people can see better. So that's, you know, you all are participant in this. That way, it's not only me that is saying the data. You can see the data there. This is Lagos here, 62.55 years life expectancy. Mbonyi 59.4, Enugu 61.5, almost competing with Lagos really. Life expectancy there. Abuja 59. Enugu has a higher life expectancy than Abuja, that is the capital of Nigeria. So that you know what we are talking about here. Anambra 60.97 has a higher life expectancy than Abuja, the capital of Nigeria, and competing very well with Lagos. Now, Imo 89, which is a little bit low for Southeastern states, is relatively low. 84. No, sorry about that. 58. What am I talking? What's wrong with me? Sorry, guys. 58.29. That is for Imo. What was that? All right. So now Kogi, as you can see, Kogi is 54.34. That is quite low in Northern State. And another one again, Yobe, very low, 54 years. That is quite low life expectancy in Nigeria in 2025. That is very low. Any leader should be ashamed of this. Now, Benue, next door to Southeast, you can argue, 60.5. And the Benue people, you can see them, they are quite healthy. I know a few of them. They live very good life and they have very good food too. Nice food. Osun, 59. Okay, Southwest is doing relatively okay, 59 again. But Ondo State is 58. I don't know. It's only Imo that is 58 in the Southeast. Ondo is 58. And Adamawa, 57. Niger, 57. I think Niger, depending on how you class it, it could be in the Southeast and North Central, depending on how you want to look at it. Oyo State, 59. Ekiti, 57. Now, Ekiti, 57. Not one Southeastern state is 57. Not one Southeastern state got to 57 that I can see here. Apart from Abia that I found now, I think Abia has gone to 57. So look at Taraba. It's 54. That is really low. 54. I think it's a given. Everybody understands that Northern states, their life expectancy is quite low. So Akwa Ibom 56, that surprised me. Akwa Ibom is relatively rich. They have oil, they have everything. 56 years, and they are peaceful too. There is no war, there is no herdsmen stuff in Akwa Ibom. So things are going well there, but the life expectancy is still somewhere 56. So that is quite something serious actually. That's quite something. I may be surprised by Akwa Ibom's numbers. And Nasarawa, very, very low, 54. Oh my. I think P2B won that state. Nasarawa, P2B won it. Abia State is the lowest state in the Southeast, and it's competing with Ekiti in the Southwest, 57. And Plateau, 55. Even Plateau is 55. Now, Ogun State is doing quite well because of the proximity to Lagos, obviously. 61, you know, just like Enugu too is competing very well. So as you can see here from the data that you're looking at, look at even Cross River with all their oil wealth and everything, 57. 57. The issue of, let's forget Northern State. Northern State, they have very low life expectancy compared to the South. And Delta, 59, reasonably good for Delta State. And let's go to the next one. Edo, 57. You see, Edo, I feel strongly about the Edo one because they seem to have suffered the reverse since Nigeria was created. And as you can see, that reflects in the number that you see there for life expectancy for people of Edo State. And Borno is showing 55. That's not so bad for a state that Boko Haram was ravaging. 60 years for Bayelsa, that's quite high too. I'm surprised about Bayelsa because Bayelsa is said to be one of the poorest states in Nigeria, if I'm not mistaken. So that number surprised me to see 60.36. I'm a bit surprised by that, I have to say. Zamfara, clearly 52. That's not shocking. And we expect that. River State, again, another surprising one there. I'm surprised to see River State getting 55. You know, that's quite low for an oil state. 55 years. That's all the southeastern states are outperforming River State in terms of life expectancy. All of them. So that should tell you something. And Kaduna, Northern State, let's forget it. Northern States, they are, oh my God, some of the states are 47 years. Wow. You see, this ties into other debates, actually. You know, when some people talk about, you know, how Northerners marry young. Part of the reason is because they have relatively low life expectancy. People forget, you know, I did put this in AI. I asked the question about when life expectancy is low, how does that affect age of consent and age of marriage when it does start? It's clear that it does affect it, because if you have a life expectancy of 47 at Sokoto here, some of them is 46. So if you have life expectancy of 46 years, that is average. Remember, there are a lot of people that are living less than 46 years. So before you get married, take care of your children and have chance to see your grandchildren, forget it. You're dead in that state. I don't know how many of them will ever get to see their grandchildren in that state. Except you marry somewhere around 15 years, 16. That's when you have a chance to even see that. So 46 years is extremely low. Kebbi State, wow. I've never heard of Kebbi State before. I didn't even know that they were having any problems at all. That is really poor. And those are the kind of states, when they talk about you know, state police, forget it. You're not going to be getting state police anytime soon. Because if you have this life expectancy, there's no way you can have resources to be supporting the state police. This is very disturbing, actually. I don't know whether it's disturbing or whether it's reflecting reality of Nigeria. Because people say Nigeria is not federal. If Nigeria is not federal, why is there so much gap in life expectancy? That tells maybe Nigeria, after all, is quite federal in many ways, because some states are not getting as much resources as the others because they don't produce as much resources. And is that not the nature of federalism? So life expectancy is mostly affected by child and infant mortality. I think I agree with you on that, but that also matters, isn't it? It also matters. If your children are dying, it means something is causing it. And if in the Southeast that is not happening, in an area where there has been so much unrest recently, that tells you that something is also working in their favor. Remember, compared to other Nigerians. Compared to other Nigerians. Now, this is one of the metrics that we have checked, and you can see that the Southeast is not performing that badly. As a matter of fact, other regions perform. It's only Southwest that can compete. It's only Southwest that can compete with the Southeast. Forget it. And even then, they hardly competed. They hardly compare very well, given everything that is going on in the Southeast. And I know that, actually, even being in Nigeria, I know that. I know Southeasterners are quite. They take care of themselves very well. They are into medication and, you know, health and stuff like that. So you can see why they are healthy. And maybe, you know, some people are right to say that it is in spite of Nigeria, not because Nigeria helped them in any way. But that is the point, is that Nigeria didn't destroy them. That too is a fact. It didn't destroy them compared to others. Look at what people like states like Zamfara and Kebbi, the kind of numbers that they are showing. That is horrible. They are not doing very well at all. And let me see if there is another video that I need to play to address some of all these points. If you even look at their GDPs, the state GDPs, you see that the Southeastern states are not doing that badly in many cases. You look at P2B and margin. Now, let me look into the presidential election results. Because I think I was looking into that actually. What is that again? Yeah, you look at the presidential election results, and this is something that is quite interesting for us to have a look at. I don't know why you went. Okay, look at that. So this map shows what a Southeastern candidate was able to achieve in less than how many days, just within how many days of the presidential campaign or 2023 starting, or is it 2024, 2022? I mean, yeah, 2022 to 2023. Yeah, so that's when it started. And Peter Obi went on to win Lagos. You can see that on the map there. Went on to win Lagos, Edo, Delta, all Southeastern states without a doubt. I think Calabar there, Nasarawa, I think Plateau too, if I'm not mistaken. Then Abuja on top of it. And the argument many people make is that, oh no Southeasterner is going to be allowed to be president. I don't think so. That map doesn't suggest that. That map doesn't suggest that. And that is with a presidential candidate that doesn't like to spend money. Look at what he did. He doesn't like to spend money. The guy that they say he doesn't give shishi. And look at what he did. In Nigeria, that is supposed to be tribal. In Nigeria, that is supposed to be very tribal. See, we have to follow truths. We have to follow facts. And I think Kenneth Okonkwo was right. Because if all the people that are saying that they are against Southeasterners were right, how can Peter Obi do this? How can he possibly accomplish this? He wasn't paying any money. He was just talking to people, and he barely had time to campaign even. He came from nowhere, from a no party, and accomplished all this. That is the argument. And then if you go back in time further, let's even go back further back in time. I've often made this point. I think I arrived at this conclusion when I heard the Oba of Benin make a comment. I think I wish I can find the Oba of Benin video so that some people can see it. Oba of Benin colonization or colonize. So because he made some comment to the British people, no, not British, Europeans that came to see him, and he said something about how, let me see if I can find it. I don't know what I can find it. I'll try.
Was dead. I don't know, Excellency. I don't have anything else to say.
It was in this speech that he said his ancestors' throne used to start from where he is sitting to where the governor's office is located. That is how large their palace was. Today, they are a shadow of themselves. And the question I was asking was, can people from the Southeast, can they say the same, that they are a shadow of what they used to represent before Nigeria was created? It would be nice to actually hear some come and state that, because based on what I can see on the ground, the people that have gained from Nigeria being formed are the larger groups, really. The smaller groups that were punching above their weight have been knocked down, like the Benin Kingdom has been knocked down. A lot of South Kingdom that used to work with the British to go inland and capture people to sell into slavery, and which was a dreadful thing for them to be doing. But all those kingdoms are now down. They are no longer as powerful. The only major groups that don't have as much power is the Hausas till today. If you look at the Southwest, have asserted themselves in Nigeria. The Southeast, many people will not agree. They have asserted themselves in Nigeria too. Like Kenneth Okonkwo said, they are everywhere in Nigeria. They go to the north, go to the west, go to the south, go to the east. They are everywhere in Nigeria. So they've asserted themselves in Nigeria. But you can't say the same about South people. You can't say the same about even the Hausa people. The Hausa people, they travel to do business, but they don't really, they are not asserting themselves. They are not spread out in terms of some serious development in other parts of the country. They're not doing that. They just go there to trade and they return back home. The people that have really traveled all over Nigeria the most are Southeasterners, while the Southwesterners have gained economically from Nigeria the most. And politically, definitely, they've gained within the last political dispensation the most from Nigeria. So that's why this question is quite relevant, because and it's relevant only not to people like Dr. Kenneth Okonkwo. It's relevant to the people that keep saying the Southeasterners are under attack and are being targeted specifically. Those ones are the ones that need to hear this, and they can come up with their own argument to bolster their case. Some of the arguments I've heard is about federal presence. There is also argument of presidency, and you can even hear other arguments about roadblocks and corruption. You know, how they treat people that are corrupt. You see, it gets to a point whereby the argument even comes down to arguing about how they treat people that are corrupt. Like, oh, why are they jailing this guy because he's a Southeasterner that has committed corruption? Why they don't jail somebody from another tribe? And to be fair, there is something to be said about that argument, I have to say. I find that very surprising, actually, that there's something to be said about that argument, because some of the people that have been arrested recently, you know, the high-profile ones anyway, I've not had a lot of people from other regions of the country. When you open, you hear, the ones you hear about is like Emefiele, you hear about Ngige, you know, but how about the other side? Even Bello seems to have gotten away with murder here. Bello that was said to have, you know, be responsible for a lot of, you know, activities that are questionable, allegedly corrupt practices. Hardly was he arrested, you know, and I think he's still free while others are in jail. And it took Dangote to literally point out that Farouk, I don't know his full title, forgive me, I don't know his, why should I even respect his title if he's a criminal? And the guy that was trying to sabotage Dangote Refinery for communal stream, it took him to be able to point him out to reveal his corruption. That is something everybody knew, but they didn't do anything about it. But if they want to target people, you find that they tend to find it easier to target Southeasterners. I have to say there is some truth. They're all minorities, maybe not necessarily Southeasterners. They tend to find it easier to target minorities. Maybe I'm mistaken, but it shouldn't be equal, especially when it's minority that they are going after, because then what you find is that why is it that the minorities that have less population are overrepresented in criminal convictions or criminal investigations and stuff like that? So it doesn't seem right. Welcome, Jide. Thank you for joining me today. It's not meant to go long. You know, the work week is starting, and at the same time, it's a Christmas week. People have to go to Christmas and stuff like that. Hey, Pastor, I see you there, and I see you, Soji Jago. I see you there, and who else is present? Taiwo is around. Iken Gas Spirit. Thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it. Remember to like and share, please. Like the video. This is important so that people can be able to see some of this, because that statement from Kenneth Okonkwo was very powerful, and he made a very, very strong, coherent argument for why the Southeast is better off within Nigeria. And empirically, except you want to argue that the Southeast are worse off than the Cameroonians, or you want to argue that Southeasterners in Nigeria are worse off than Benin Republic people. If you want to make that argument, you could, but I'm not sure a lot of people will buy it. I'm not sure a lot of people will buy it, because let's face it, we forget that when we break up a country, You have to look at other countries that are around Africa. You know, not only Nigeria. Look at Cameroon. Look at Chad. Look at all the other countries. How many of them are flourishing? Do you think just breaking off from Nigeria makes you any special than them? So that doesn't. There is no real solid argument there, and this is why I like what Kenneth Okonkwo said. He said he has done the analysis. You see, when people talk like that, it tells you that they have actually looked into it. He didn't use that term for nothing. He has evaluated. Some people just talk based on belief that when they get it, when they get their own state, they are going to be able to do something with it. Okay, the ones that what you tend to hear now is they will say they want a kind of a constitutional amendment. Let's all come together and have a conversation and decide where we are going to go. It's like you are waiting until you particularly are invited. The truth is that the people that wrote our constitution, you may not like them, they were Nigerians. They may be compromised, they were Nigerians. And just like a lot of us, many of us are compromised. Yesterday, I was hearing Okpara on the panel calling Igbo colonial masters. Many of us are just as compromised as our leaders. We don't just know it. We don't see ourselves how we appear to the world. We just assume we are not our leaders and we are very different from them. So I don't know what you make of it, Jide. Thank you for joining me. You know, as you know, in the earlier session, as you can see, some people don't like to have conversations, and they always, you know, you will get people that don't want to engage. I think sometimes the people just want to come and unbody themselves so that, you know, I not necessarily understand what they gain from it, but it must do some good. So, and I have to learn to discover those ones. When you find people that don't want to actually engage, it's just pull back from them because they are not there to engage. They're just there to unburden themselves. So sometimes, and when you are doing that, try to be honest with yourself, because don't pretend as if you are trying to engage with a logical and truthful conversation when you are not. You are closed off already. So Jide, please come in. Sorry, you know, I went on a little bit there.
No, it's cool. I really like a lot of what you're saying. I mean, I clearly understand your analysis and a lot of things you're saying. You see, like, what some people don't understand is sometimes when they talk about, oh, Nigeria should divide, I think sometimes they come from a place of emotions. They don't probably really understand what they're talking about. They think they do understand, but they still don't really understand what they're talking about. If they say Nigeria, all the regions in Nigeria, everyone should separate based on ethnic or political, geopolitical lines or whatever. You know, like, you know, I don't know who was talking about. I think it was CM in the previous live, you know, that was talking about how, you know, Nigeria should divide, you know, talking about Yugoslavia, talking about the Soviet Union, talking about India and Pakistan. Let's even start with the example you mentioned, Yugoslavia. Today, as I'm talking to you today about Yugoslavia, the member states of Yugoslavia, some of those countries, they are still at constant warfare against each other. Some of them, they can't even engage in any diplomatic association. Some of them are still having ethnic rivalries or ethno-national rivalries among each other. They can't even, they still have tension. Look at Serbia and Kosovo. Look at Serbia, Kosovo, and Albania. Look at Bosnia and Serbia. They can't see eye to eye as nation states. They are fighting each other. Is that where we want our country to be? Where we all divide, but we're still fighting each other. Look at India, Pakistan. Those countries are, I don't know who mentioned them. I can't remember his name. India and Pakistan. They are at loggerheads with each other. Just a couple of months ago, they were fighting each other. What a lot of them don't understand is if we divide, it will create an avenue for the same imperial powers to have their claws on each of those regions and create further instability and have their own sphere of influence. That's what will happen. That was what happened, you know, with India and Pakistan, with former Yugoslavia states. You know, look at USSR. Look at what's going on in Ukraine. It's a product of the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Partly the result of what we're seeing today in Ukraine. It's partly a result of the dissolution of the Soviet Union. You know, so like people don't really understand what they talk about when they talk about let's divide. Okay, let's even understand their rationale. Their rationale is Nigeria is of an internal contradiction. Okay, yes, it was created by the British as a form of internal contradiction. That rationale makes sense. But if you want to even say that let's separate, my argument would be let's even completely all the other African countries, they all have to actually decolonize what's what I want to use now. They have to break away from those colonial boundaries. Then we now recreate new borders. And to do that, that would take a journey to Mountain Everest, because that would mean that other African countries, they have to break away from foreign influence. What I mean foreign influence now, I'm talking about foreign control. You know, they have to break away from all those things. We have to now redesign our colonial borders entirely. So Benin Republic will not be Benin Republic again. Ghana will not be Ghana again. I don't know if what I'm saying makes sense. So even if you want to come with that argument, it still does not make any sense. It can only make any sense if every African country liberates itself from Western imperialism. I'm not saying, okay, fine. Now let's now redesign the borders. That's where the rationale may make sense. But that's not even going to happen. So the best rationale is for us to unite politically, regardless of colonial borders. This was what Kwame Nkrumah was pushing for. That let's set aside our borders and let's form a federation among African states. Look at what Kwame Nkrumah was saying that time. In fact, it was people like Tafawa Balewa. People like Tafawa Balewa at that time that actually supported that there should never be a Pan-African federation, that the unity of Africa should be slow and progressive. Look at where we are today. Look at Nigeria today. We're talking about dividing, separating. You know, so I don't think Yugoslavia is a good example. Serbia and Bosnia cannot see themselves. Kosovo, that country, there's so much crime in that country, so much drugs, so much prostitution, so much like that country is so unstable. It's a NATO satellite state that is used to sabotage Serbia. Is that where we want to be? That's not where we want to be. Look at Baltic states, for crying out loud. Look at Poland. All those countries that were part of the Soviet Union. Now, they are now used as a pawn by the US, by Uncle Sam, to use as an attack dog against Russia. It's just a matter of time.
And also, there are even European countries. So yes, I don't understand. Countries. If you look at the African countries that broke up, they are not a good story at all. You know, from Sudan is a total tragedy.
Look at South Sudan.
That's occurred in Sudan. South and North Sudan are in blazes right now. And so, you know, even Somalia, any country that looks to break up in Africa, it never goes well. African countries are relatively quite small already. They are relatively quite small. It's only Nigeria that just, because if you go to other continents, you tend to see larger nations. Although European nations, they don't tend to be very big themselves, but Asian nations tend to be big. And a massive amount. Look at America, it's 300 million. So I don't know why we always want our nation to be smaller, as if that's going to help us punch above our weight. It's not going to, because they have more ammunition. They even have more people in their security forces. How are you going to compete? You want to become a small country where they're just going to pick you up one by one, like they did before already.
Yeah, so, we will definitely be geopolitically weaker. They still don't understand that size plays a role in terms of power, influence, and a lot of other things. You know,
size matters. If somebody tells you size doesn't matter, they are liars.
Look at AES. Are they stupid for them to unite with each other to form military alliance, economic alliance? Are they stupid?
UK signed a defense pact with Germany. They are already part of NATO. Two of the nations are already part of NATO. But just because Trump was looking them with a side eye, like acting as if he's not going to support NATO, UK and Germany, they came together just this year, I think in November, October, to sign a defense pact. Something that African countries don't do. It's only AES nation that has ever done it. That is crazy.
But now we're thinking of separating. I don't understand. I mean, okay, like I said, let's even understand the rationale. Internal contradiction. There's the way to go and walk around this. There are so many ways to walk around before I even talk about separation. Like, there are just so many ways. You know, like, I don't know, like, it's quite unfortunate, but that internal contradiction can be addressed. It's possible. We can address that issue. Someone was talking about how, you know, we can have a conversation, how we want to live with each other. I think I agree with that, to be fair. But for us to separate, it's not going to work. Things are going to get worse. Things are going to get worse. I'm sorry.
I appreciate your point. Thank you. Let's bring in Omori. Hey, the comrade. The comrade Omori is here from our. Thank you for joining us. So you've heard what I've got to say about it. I don't know what, you know. So what do you think? Do you think objectively the Southeasterners compared, remember, very important, compared to other Nigerians, have done better than most? It's only Southeast that can compete with them. No, I mean Southwest that can compete with them right now. Is that true?
I think I didn't hear the last part of your question, but I understand where you. I was part of the last section, so I can understand where you're coming from. You see, I ended the last session by saying, I think I was the last person to speak on the last session. I had a similar attack on the program, like I said before. The moderator, so she was of the opinion that we owe some people apology. We need to apologize to some people for the injustice done them. And if you look at the injustice in Nigeria on a holistic basis, I would want to feel I'm even more marginalized than every other person. So every other person has a justifiable reason to complain, right? That is a given. And if you look at those that are complaining, they have a reason whatsoever to complain. The point I was trying to make was that those that caused your division in the first place will not be interested in your reconciliation. Because the more divided you are, the better for them. If not for our division, probably, if not for turn-by-turn syndrome, probably will not have what we have today in a Tinubu as a president. If not for division, divide and rule, we would not probably not have had a Tinubu, Buhari as a president. So the more we divide, the more we try to divide, the more we try to quarrel, the more we try to complain, the better for those, you know, for the cabal. It's an industry for them. Our disunity is the biggest industry for them. They profiteer from it. So the point I was trying to make on that show was that those that want us, you know, disunited in the first place, they are actually, you know, making a mountain out of a molehill. They don't want us to see us be united. So she misconstrued me for being insensitive to the plight of certain people for them in the past. But that wasn't my point. My point was that we first of all define as a people what we want. Hold these people accountable. So to summarize your point, to summarize this my point, those that want to inherit our father's estate, we do not want, they are not genuinely interested in our reconciliation. They want us to fight and kill ourselves so that they will continue to, they will have a bigger opportunity to inherit our father's estate. It's just like if we are born of the same parents, right? We fighting each other, we killing each other. Those that are waiting to inherit our parents' estate, they want to see us kill ourselves and die. You know, they want to see us die. They are not interested in our genuine reconciliation, even when they're trying to pretend as if they want us to reconcile. Deep down, they don't want us to reconcile. So the same point I have for those that are, you know, waiting for Trump to come and settle us. So by what I'm trying to make, the point I'm trying to make here is that we have to wake up. Nothing will change. Whether you want a divided Nigeria, you have a reason for that. I'm not blaming you for your reasons, so to speak. But whether you want an egalitarian society, a better Nigeria where things will work, it's not going to happen if we sit there and complain from morning to night without doing something. We have to be responsible. We have to wake up from our slumber and take up a challenge. See it as a challenge. No matter the side of the divide you belong to, a united Nigeria, better a working united Nigeria, a one Nigeria, egalitarian one Nigeria, or a divided Nigeria. Nothing will happen if we sit there and complain morning to night. If we lament from today to tomorrow, nothing will happen, because we tend to feel that we so complain bitterly that it will get to a point that they will pity us. They don't pity you because it favors them. Until we stand up to do something, nothing will change. Whether for one united Nigeria or divided Nigeria, we will not get any way, we will not get any headway, we will not make any headway. If we sit down, if we don't do nothing, we have to stand up for what we believe. Whether for united, a better Nigeria, whether a divided Nigeria, nothing will come to us on a platter of gold if we do nothing. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. And thank you all for joining me today on this conversation, because I really think it's an interesting one and we try to engage with it. And I think it is Jagun that came next. Let's bring Jagun in. Oh, okay, Jagun is gone, and obviously AY has done something to him. So we will pretend as if we don't know that he did something. So was it AY? Did he come last? Second to the last or something? I think
next to Jaguar.
You're not to Jaguar, eh? Okay. Thank you for joining us. This is AY. So you know this subject matter to an extent, and you may have seen the presentation that I made. Are Southeasterners better off, compared to other groups in Nigeria?
Question. Good evening, everyone. I really I think I'm in line with Jide Comrade Domoroye. Even though when it comes to Edo, we are not on the same party. But every other thing, we actually agree. That's why, one sin is not enough to punish somebody. I would have punished him. So he's still my brother. But however, that question is funny though. Because the truth is, did you say develop? Is that what you said?
I think not just develop, on almost every front. If you take away Lagos, they compare very, very well with this Southwest, because Lagos is technically not just the work of the Southwest Nigeria, so that wouldn't be fair. If you take away Lagos, they compare very well. If you compare them with any other region, they are performing many, many areas. Life expectancy, examination results, even to an extent GDP too, they compare very well with every region. And and if you look at politically too, it's not sometimes the way people talk, it appears as if it's exceptionally bad for the Southeast. But if you look at Hausas, they are that much well off too, politically. So I don't know why.
What I'm gonna say, to be honest, I think Southeast, they've actually done well for themselves. When you look at the country, in terms of individual development, kind of, you will give it to them. They've done well for themselves, right? Like they are quite industrious. You can't take that away from the Igbos. But when it comes to politics, I think on as regard to that, even I strongly believe if you go check the rate of poverty rate in Nigeria, they might actually be of low than other regions, in most of the regions. That's my thought, right? Because they're out there busy, try to do better, develop their community. You will give that to the Igbos, to be honest. But when it comes to politics, you can't really advise a region, to be honest. Igbo, they produce good politicians too. The thing I see is this sentiment of Nigeria don't want me to be president, Nigeria don't want me, cry every day. That's the part I don't like. Like, for example, Peter Obi, non-Igbo supported Peter Obi, but still, It's all about why do they make it about Igbo thing? That's what I don't know. If Peter Obi was the president of Nigeria, he's not president of the Igbos, he's president of the country. So if he fail, let us fight it. Let all of us fight it. People that voted for him, give them the privilege to fight for him. When you look at Abiola, what happened when Abiola presidency was truncated, I did see Yoruba questioning the whole Nigeria. Oh, you people kill our son. No, they never said that. Everybody know what happened to Abiola. So I heard somebody that was talking this afternoon. I can't remember the person. I think it's Somoroye. Nigeria is not nice to anybody. These guys, the country is not nice to anybody. The day we know that, we know peace. Even the late president that just died, President Buhari, these guys suffer for 3 elections. Nobody cares. Of course, his supporters will say, "Oh, the election was rigged. Oh, he won the election." That is what I see with Peter Obi supporters. You don't have the result. You come on, you keep shouting, "Oh, Peter Obi won the result." Where is the result? Give us the result. When the Labour Party chairman was here, people question him, but a lot of people were like, "No, don't question him. Tell Peter Obi or Dati or the Labour Party, give Nigeria the result. This is the result we corrected. How come you contested for an election? You don't have what do they call it? A strong room where you collate results. You have the number, put out the number, give the number to Sahara reporters, give it to the big this thing. Stop causing confusion in the country." To be honest, without the result, I'm not interested in that discussion. How will anybody say Peter Obi won the election? I said it when it was not fashionable. I don't believe he won the election, except I see the result convincingly. To be honest, we got to give sentiment. So, as regard to that, what I think will eventually happen in the Southeast, I strongly believe Igbo have qualified, capable hands to be president to rule the country. I believe, this is my projection, Nigeria will vote for somebody in the East. It's not Igbo that will choose president for Nigeria. It's Nigeria that will choose president for Nigeria. Just like what happened in the case of Obasanjo and Olufalaye. When the Yoruba tried it, go and ask them. They supported Olufalaye. Yoruba never voted for Obasanjo, first tenure. They refused to accept Obasanjo, but Nigeria voted for Obasanjo. So I think they need to put that. To be honest, it doesn't matter who, even if Peter Obi is the president. All people want, which I also want, is somebody that can unite the country, that can look at the country, every part of the country as its constituency, and try to do something to help the people all over, build infrastructure, get the work done. We should stop looking for Igbo president, Yoruba president, Hausa president, Kanuri president. We should look for Nigeria president, because this will not help us. Because I see it as a blackmail, a way of blackmailing the whole country where you are doing that. It's just like you come on the panel, when you say anything about Peter Obi, people tell you, "Oh, you hate Igbo, you don't want him to be president." Like, which kind of talk is this? A lot of non-Igbo actually supported Peter Obi. They taking these people for granted. A lot of the South majority, if not the election, there was irregularity in the election in the South. Peter Obi would have probably scored like 70% in the South. Did not go and see what happened. People voted for Peter Obi, but when you make it like Igbo, I don't think it's good for the country. People will not fall for that. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, because I remember, though insensitive, when Buhari was saying it the other time that when people complain too much in some sections of Nigeria because they want more. And when I looked at it, when he said it then, I was like, well, how can you be saying stuff like that? But if you look at it from this point of view, then you begin to understand, okay, maybe there is something to be said. Maybe he knows the data. He's saying, oh, look at our people. He's from the north. He probably say, oh, look at our life expectancy, 40-something years. When the other side is about 60 years, and they are living larger, and they are the ones complaining that you can see, can you imagine if you are from the north, life expectancy is 46 years, and then the people that are living in an area where the life expectancy is around 60 years, they'll be like, why are you complaining? We are worse off. You can see how that can come across.
See. To be honest, let me say one thing before I conclude. So when you look at the whole country, right? To be honest, people are the biggest beneficiary of Nigeria. Reason be that in terms of trade, look at the benefit Igbo are getting from that. Igbo are the major traders in Nigeria. When you go to every state today, you hardly see a state where Igbos are not established. Even in the core northern state, go to Borno.
And the Sharia state,
Igbo are well established. I'm telling you.
I don't know how they do it actually. It's quite brave. You have to give it
it's
bravery, man.
It's just, they are very industrial. If Igbo remove their wealth from Lagos, I'm telling you, Lagos will sweat for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Go and see what they do in Abuja. So I think we are better off as one country because everybody, technically, we are still benefiting. We don't agree. Number has a lot of benefit in terms of businesses, in terms of a lot of things.
Yeah.
So now, when you want to divide from the country, you pull out your 5 states. Then what? Who are you going to? You think your neighbor are going to be friendly to you? You are going to be friendly to your neighbors? So these are the things we don't think. It's so easy for you to think that, yeah, we were once the same country. They are going to be hostile to you. Somebody was just measuring Pakistan and India. Go and check the hostility. They don't like themselves. If you allow them, they will throw their nukes and burn themselves.
They actually went to war this year.
They fought a war this year. So I think I am not really a supporter of break up the country. I don't think it's gonna bring any benefit. I don't think the regions can even live together. I can tell you for free, if you break up Nigeria, in the next 10 years, you will see another crisis. Even if
they will start fighting again. They will start fighting again.
It's not
just the Southeast.
It's not just the Southeast. It's not just all of them.
Fighters. Those guys are fighters.
Bro, when you go to Lagos, forefather, in Lagos State, right? Until you need something in Lagos, that's when they will tell you are not a Lagosian. Even within Lagos, even Yoruba people, they discriminate against themselves. They will tell you, no, you are not. This thing happen. Ijebu man don't like Oyoma, but we are all pretending that we love. No, we don't. What's his name? Jago said something today. Nigerians, one thing I know, Jago said something very strong. We hate ourselves. Whether it's a problem of the black, Nigeria are very hateful. I don't know how you want to progress when you hate your neighbor. Free your mind. You will always have argument, even among parents, among siblings. There is argument. You got to move on. You got to look for a way to work together. You got to just look for peace. It's not happy anybody. If no matter what you are going to say, the Biafra war set the whole country back. He said the whole country back.
But he said the South is back was though.
This guy has spoken more than 10 minutes. Would I allow control to speak? Not let another person speak.
So
okay, let's give him.
That man has speak many hours. What is he speaking with? That is big here. They're talking nonsense there.
Concerns, come on, man. No,
This
you
concern,
see,
why are you
let's
so
leave that man. Let another person speak.
concerns
That
is
man
not the
cannot contradict
troublemaker.
what he said. We told him to come and speak. He started talking about Toby. Is it Toby issue that he
Is
came
there
here to
no
talk?
psychiatrist doctor in your place? Go and see a doctor. You need a
psychiatrist. He gets very cross. He's always cross.
He's always angry. I don't know what
feels good.
Honestly,
He's always
I need to
cross.
see a doctor. He's always angry.
No, let's not do the doctor till let's leave that out.
Because
we're in public space.
Try to get help. You need help. Yeah, so let me allow other people to speak according to Kosan before he will come and beat me here.
Kosan don't play. Kosan don't play. You know, if they were you're forming the military, you want people like Kosans.
He's always angry. Always.
He doesn't play around. Welcome, this is Tony. Thank you for joining us, Tony. Jefferson, I think I see you there. Jefferson is next, then Chim, then Concerns. And Chim, Tony, thank you for joining us. What do you make of this subject, the title? You know, it's quite a benign one, isn't it? Asking, can we look at the data? Is it showing that they are actually doing better than other groups? Most of the data that I've checked indicate that they're actually doing better than most groups in that country. So what do you make of it?
Sorry, who's speaking? Greetings, everybody.
Greetings, welcome.
And those who are listening. Yeah, forefathers, I think that you haven't properly articulated the issue that you have placed before us, because it's kind of general. Because if you are looking at the Igbo man and his position in Nigeria in terms of development, I think what you need to interrogate are two things. One, what has the government done for Igbo land? And what are the people doing for themselves? I don't agree with what AY has said, nor do I agree with what Jide has said. I think it's skewed. I don't think that is realistic, looking at Nigeria the way it is, vis-a-vis the way the status of the Igbo man in the political economy of Nigeria. I think that 80%, if not more, of what the Igbo man is today is due to his industry and hard work, not anything to do with what the government has done for them. So if you are using that to do your analysis, I think it's skewed, because government exists, you know, for the welfare of its citizens. How much has the government done for the Igbo man vis-a-vis all the other parts of the country? We're not even talking about let us leave leadership, because the tendency is for people to say, oh, Igbo man has not become the president, therefore that's the, you know, take that out and look at economic development. How much investment has been put in the East compared to other parts of the country, compared to the Southwest, compared to the South-South? I'm from the South-South, compared to the North, the Northwest, Northeast, and North Central. If you were to break it down sectorially and look at all those things, I mean, the position is clear. So when I hear Jide or hear AY say the things that he's saying, I just shake my head, because that is the problem that we have in Nigeria. And that's why Nigeria is not moving forward. It's enough to say yes.
Can you give us actual metrics? Because so far you've just been making statements, but no.
No, but that's what you did. You just made a general statement. You didn't give the metrics.
I would like you to correct it and give us your own data points.
Listen, let me give you a study. There's the study in Harvard.
Why did you not agree with what I said?
It's okay. That's what I'm trying to get to. That's what I'm trying to get to. Yeah.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking. If you go to infrastructure, the worst path of the various regions that we have in terms of federal presence is in the East.
You mean
I'm not from the East, I'm from the South Side. I'm from the South Side.
River Niger is present there. It's not present in the...
Hold on, I'm from the South Side, because some of the people who are speaking... Some of the people who are speaking here have not been, they don't know the East. They have not been there. And you can't speak of a situation that you don't know. I have been to the East.
I've been
I
there.
am married from the East. I travel the East by road. Okay, the East is close to me. So I know the place. I mean, a good part of the place, not everywhere. But fortunately, in terms of the business that I have done when I was in Nigeria, I traveled to almost every part, apart from Benue and Ebonyi. I've gone to every part of Nigeria doing business.
Okay,
You
you
know,
said
so
infra. You may sorry. Let me just try to examine it, because, like I said, it's not about trying to stop what you're saying. It's to try to pull out the wisdom of what you're saying, so that it's actually based on information that is out there. Like when you say infrastructure, I know about the River Niger Bridge, 2 of them now. I know of the train lines that go through the southeast. I know that it was once even a regional capital, this in Nigeria. So why are you saying there's no federal people
do
there?
you want me to also count the bridges that are also in other areas?
Yes, you could. Yeah, you can go to Delta. You can go to.
Do you want me to count?
Is there any renowned bridge in the South?
If you are saying because they built the River Niger Bridge, you know, if they built a bridge for a second Niger Bridge, then that is that's an infrastructure, right? Have you passed through that bridge?
Yeah, I've gone through
that bridge.
I've gone through the old Niger Bridge, and we use that all
No,
the
no, no.
time.
Have you passed through the new bridge?
No, I've not gone through the new one. Why?
Oh, very good. So you can't make any comment about that. Anyway, there was a bridge. There's a bridge. There's a bridge. There's no doubt about that. But you see, when you say the things that you're saying, you also have to look at the fact that Nigeria was losing so much by not finding a way to bypass the old Niger Bridge, which was built over 50 years ago. If you look at the alignments and so on, that bridge has taken quite a lot of pressure, and the structural integrity of that bridge has been questioned so many times. So it is imperative that if you want development to continue to go on, because it's the link between Delta and the East. I come from Asaba, and I can tell you right now that we are in the season of Christmas, you can be on that place for a whole day just on the bridge, just to cross to Onitsha.
Is that still happening? The last time I was there, I didn't know that. Sorry, I didn't know that was still happening, because the last time
you wouldn't know because you don't go there. That's why I'm saying that this whole discussion is skewed.
Sorry, let me share the information of my own experience there in 2016 or maybe even 2019. I'm not very clear right now in my mind, but I traveled all the way from Lagos by road, you know, straight from there to I went to Benin, then straight to Onitsha, and the Onitsha bridge was like something that had never happened before. No traffic, zero. When I say zero traffic, I experienced it, and I went on to travel along.
What year was that? What year was that?
I think it was 2016. I'm thinking it was 2016.
That's how many years ago?
About 9 years ago. It's not that long ago.
And that's the last time you were in Nigeria.
No. I was in Nigeria just last year, actually. What are we talking about? So my point is
but that's the last.
That was not the Southeast. I'm saying when I went to the Southeast on that road, it was either 2016 or 2019. I'm not so sure which time. But I know among all the places I went to, Edo didn't improve. River State did not improve. But the Southeast improved, in my mind. What I used to see there before.
That's what we are discussing.
The roads.
That's what you just mentioned. You just no. That's not true. Listen.
That's
I
my
mean,
experience.
You know, if you have not been there since 2016, so you are not in a position to say what is. I was in the Southeast last year. About a year ago, and I flew. I fly the roads.
Things have gotten worse when they built the second bridge.
I went through the second bridge. I went through the second bridge myself too. Okay, so
was there traffic on
if you are saying because they You are interrupting me and interrupting my flow.
I'm just
trying.
sorry. I understand why. I know I'm interrupting you.
But forefather, why not allow him to finish? You allowed the other guy. What's his name?
It's
to
true,
finish.
because I don't
Why can't allow this one to finish?
Can you keep quiet? Then you talk.
Hey, shut up, my friend. Why
I'm telling the truth now.
Why can't you allow this one to talk?
I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling them because I
doesn't
agree
like
with
what
him.
the
There's
man is
nothing
saying.
for
That's
me
why
to
he's interrupting him.
challenge. Because I agree with him, there was not much for me to challenge.
Allow him to
It's
talk.
him. I want to challenge something so I can get the truth.
No, leave him to finish.
Information
After
out of
finishing,
it.
then start asking questions.
Okay, please go ahead.
You allow AY to finish. Why did you allow this one to finish?
Concern, easy. You're talking too much
my
now.
name again.
Leave it there. Yeah, please go ahead.
So I just going forward, I'm just saying that, it's important, for you, before you make assessments, to see things for yourself, not what you read or what you hear, what you think. I think I can tell you, because I come from my town is the borderline. If you come to my town, after my town, then you're crossing over to Onitsha. The Niger Bridge separates us, and it's the place that will fly every time, every day. People go to do business over there. And I'm telling you that you can stay on that Onitsha Bridge, that's Niger Bridge. You can stay a whole day there, no movement, right down there. And the thing stretching from the Delta side, the Saba side, down on top of the bridge to Onitsha, no movement. You can verify that. Now, so it was imperative for Nigeria to construct the second Niger Bridge because Nigeria was losing revenue, man hours wasted, there are security problems. The bridge was not built to take that kind of pressure at the time. All the vehicles at the time just staying on the bridge. There's no way it's done. So when the third mainland, the second Niger Bridge was built, but it was basically because, I can tell you, because it had become imperative for another alternative to be done. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been done. So there's an economic implication for that. In fact, most people, those who are going to Onitsha, cannot pass through the new Niger Bridge because it bypasses Onitsha. So, but you don't know that because you haven't been there. So when people come here and begin to say things that they don't know about, I think it's an apology. The person who can tell you, the Igbo man is telling you, and I'm sure, and I thank God that concern is here. They would tell you that most of the development that you find in the East are personal efforts, not something that the government has done. I'm not saying there's no government presence, but in terms of federal government presence, the East is discriminated against. That is a solid fact. We can't wish that away. We can't come here and begin to sweep it under the carpet. That's it. That's a fact. That's a fact. And you are asking me how, if I have 5 states and every other person has 6 states and one has 7, it means that all the benefits that will come to each of those regions will be 6 and mine will be 5. And then when you break it down sectorially and look at the implications of that, sectorially, and you stay here and you say that everybody is marginalized. What are you talking about?
To be fair, you are saying stuff. Okay, you made the point about the.
Let me further, please.
No, please leave it. You said this stuff about the
what are you talking
states.
About? That the Igbo man is all over the place. Is his nature?
You have not proven anything with the rest.
Now, that the Igbo man. No. I just want to debunk some assertions.
Will this conversation get to us?
Yeah, okay. Let 30 seconds. I mean, 30 seconds. Let him round off. Then I bring it.
Yes. No, I'm happy. I'm happy he's speaking, but we can't keep.
Okay, if you're happy he's speaking, or should I come to you? I don't know.
Attorney, question.
No, you are disturbing me. Nobody asks you a question when you're speaking. Let me finish, and then you can ask the question because there are other people who are waiting. I just want to touch on a couple of things. You are saying that the Igbo man is all over the place and so on and so forth. That is the nature of the Igbo man. Is his nature. He's industrious. He looks for challenges and he tackles them. That's a credit to him. And you can't use that against him because he does the houses don't go out. That's their nature. So if you now place that side by side and say because
this video is 2 days ago.
Oh, Father, you are disturbing me. Let me finish before you begin to, you know, you are disturbing my flow. You are not letting me make my point.
When it comes to Igbo people, if Father is very tricky, it's like a batty.
No, I don't.
Let me just
end.
Not different between you and
okay. See, Constance, if you do that again, I'm going to actually put you backstage so that they can finish. You can't just be interrupting like that constantly.
Let me just
We are trying to get to the truth here. I said it from the beginning. We are trying to get to truths.
Yeah, but you're not allowing me, forefathers, to say the things.
I'm allowing you now. I'm allowing you.
No, but you are always interjecting. Let me just end because so that you know, because I'm sure there are issues that other people will address here. You know, if you look at what Jide has said about you know, people. First of all, I just want to ask Jide, I think you need to apologize to Obasanjo because on this platform, you called Obasanjo a bastard because he was airing a view, his own personal view that he's entitled to. And as a Yoruba person, I'm ashamed that you can say that kind of a thing of a man who can be your father. And you have not given any apologies. I think it's a shame. And I think you need to give an apology because just as you are entitled to your own view, the man is also entitled to his view. And what did he say? He just offered solution. You like it, you take it. You don't like it, you leave it. But to call a man a bastard, that's not a culture that Yoruba people are known for. And I just felt sad because I wouldn't do that to that man, even if I don't agree with him. But to go to your point that you're talking about and I just summarize, to go to your point that you are saying that you don't, you know, you are not in agreement with people who want to break, who want to leave the country. It's a right guaranteed internationally. A self-determination. People want to leave. They don't feel happy. They want to leave. They have a right to do that. But let me show you. Let me just round up by saying.
What did I say? I don't think I
think time is actually up, so I thought that you can speak. Except they want to.
Yeah, but I wanted to
never said anything about immigration.
No, leave it. Let us let other people come in.
Immigration.
Forefathers, didn't I come here before today?
Yeah. That's what I know.
There's
you
a study.
Go first.
Let me just end here. There's a study by Harvard in 2002, Harvard University, and that study is titled Fractionalization. And in that study, it looked at Africa and Europe and some other continent. And the study proved that the more heterogeneous a country is, the more fractionalized they are likely to be if it is not well managed. That's a whole study. Because of time, I cannot go, but Africa is the most heterogeneous from that study. And the point that you have here is that because there's been failure in managing these diversities, the heterogeneous nature, Europe is more homogeneous according to the study. So that is a factor. And from what we see in the platform, you can see the impact, what that is doing, even in just at this subliminal level of our discussion, you can see what that is causing. Let me just stop there because I see concern here, I see Chim here, and I'm sure they probably will be able to, say one or two things. Thank you.
Yeah. So let me just draw a line here. This conversation, I think when I started it, I made this very clear. Because before people start feeling that they are getting challenged, this is not where we are going to repeat the same message again. I didn't bring this thing up for us to just come and regurgitate the same message. Let me put that information here. I said something about, where is it again? Who is that? Sorry, this is not it. Where is the comment there? It should be right there. Okay. So the idea was that let's keep the discussion respectful and honest. Be open to learning and teaching. When we do this, we arrive at better understanding. This idea that some people just come and start moralizing and saying all like, oh, man. No, you have to base it based on what I said, compared to others. If you want to show me, if you want to say this how is doing worse, show me how it's doing worse compared to the, actually use things, point them out. Which are the things relating, let's say, northern states and other parts of the country.
Because it's getting late on my side here.
Yes, I hope you heard what I said, because when I challenge you now, don't act as if I didn't say it.
Let me talk. Let me talk. So it's not about challenging me. It's about do you really have an open mind to want to listen? That's my point.
100%.
Okay. All right. So thank you very much to Tony. You see, when I was listening to AY, and AY, I'm not trying to be antagonistic towards you, but sometimes before you say what you don't know, be honest to say I don't know. A lot of people come here, I don't know what it is with. I hate to discuss these topics because it's very emotive. It's something that unless people have really transcended to being objective, and I look at my word transcended, a lot of us have not transcended. A lot of us are still in our cocoon. You can't, the basis of saying the Igbo, when taking AYC, the Igbos have done it, then nobody has a rope on anybody's neck not to move. A group feel, listen, I see opportunity in Sokoto, let me go there and take it. It is not a government opportunity. This person takes his leg, buys his ticket, be that bus, train, or airfare to go wherever, and exploits the opportunity. He is not giving government support. He does it under extraneous circumstances. Sometimes he's hated. Sometimes obstacles are put in his way. We're talking about Igbos faring better. Can we do a little comparison? The man Dangote, I love him and I hate him. I love him when he does good things. I hate him when I feel certain things are not done right. But let's place Dangote versus Ibeto. Ibeto was in cement, running his business, not seeking government intervention. He imports, he manufactures, whatever he was doing. Dangote comes into the same business and uses the instrumentality of government to stop him. Fact, you cannot deny this. Use the instrumentality of government under Obasanjo. They stopped this man's business. What crime did he commit? None, because they wanted Dangote alone to do that. So tell me how that is not faring badly in the same country. Listen, when it comes to infrastructure, can you name any major government establishment, ministry, major one seated in the Southeast? Name one for me. You can't. Trust me, you can't.
Name what?
Listen, let's take, for instance, seaports. Okay? Say the whatever organization is responsible for licensing. Do you know that every Southeasterner had to go to Lagos for a long time to renew passports? You could only renew passports in Kano, Lagos, Abuja, and then they put Port Harcourt. There was none in the Southeast for a very, very, very long time. Did you know?
And South too. That's why I say compared to others.
You see the bias. You're already coming with the bias. I
said they didn't have it in South. Yeah, that's why I agree with you.
Not South. I just named Port Harcourt now.
Later on. Okay,
so
go ahead.
The points I'm making. What I'm asking is this. Listen. There was no reason for Abacha to take National Nigeria Maritime Authority office and Shippers Council to Abuja. There is no seaport in those places. But he moved everything out of Lagos, which I believe was wrong, took it to Abuja. He took Obasanjo coming back to say, people, please move back to where you're supposed to be doing your job. But this was a northerner. He took it. He forcefully took it there. So my point is this. I asked you now to name one major government establishment that usually has a head office. You could say the head office of so and so thing is in Kano, head office of so and so thing is in Lagos. Name one that you know that is in the Southeast. Abia, Enugu, Imo, Anambra. Just name one. You can't. Trust me.
Hold on. Maybe I don't know yet, but one thing I can tell you for sure.
Because it does not exist for fathers. Okay, it's a fact. Now, listen, when it comes to electrification of rural communities, practically every rural community in the north that has light is government. But do you know that 90% of rural electrification in the southeast is self-help? Community associations put money together, buy a pole, go and get permission again from NEPA before they install. My community, where I come from, that's how we got light. It is not government that gave it to us, not the state, not the federal. So when Tony is saying, and listen again, let me tell you, I had a friend, a colleague. He lives, I don't know if he still lives in the Southeast, but I will give him kudos. He was transferred to the Southeast and this guy was crying. He comes from the Southwest. He was crying. He came to me and I asked him, I said, why are you looking so sad? He said, they just transferred him to Enugu. And I said, what is wrong with going to Enugu? This happened in 2012, 2011. He said, what is he going to go there? I said, you see, that's the problem. You haven't even gone to a place and you're already giving up. You know how many Southwesterners they send to do NYC in the Southeast, and if they have influence, they change it to Ekiti or change it to somewhere. Do you know how many? This is constantly happening. But you send an average Southeasterner to go serve anywhere in the country, he goes. He will go. If he has a business mind, before you know it, he has set up a business in that place. He becomes Amala, as Igbos would call it. He becomes landlord in that place. So, but this guy, it took me pressuring him to say, go, first of all. If you find the place not happy, then you can come back. 2 months later, I went to visit on official assignment, and the guy was looking robust. You know what he told me? He says, he thanks God he has run away from Lagos traffic. That was the one point he gave me. He said he doesn't even know why he was busy delaying it. He built a house in Enugu. Well, I don't know if he still lives there because I've left that company a long time ago. The point I'm trying to make to you is there's nothing very attractive. Many of the Southeasterners who are moving to the East is because of the hostile business climate in elsewhere. Take, for instance, the guy who was running the resorts that has moved to Enugu. That guy found opportunity in Lagos, took advantage, but the same government he was supposed to be bringing revenue for decided to destroy the business. That was, he learned a hard lesson. That's why he has gone to Enugu, to Nike, to go and set up that business. Would you say that person had a fair deal in Nigeria? Would you say that? He set up a business, brought consortiums from outside the country to build the kind of things you go to Cancun in Mexico to go enjoy. He took it to Lagos, and the government of Lagos, they destroyed it with the federal government. And that guy had to now take it to Enugu. Would you say that person has a fair opportunity? Look, place him side by side a Dangote that has received a lot of incentives from government. What incentive would you say that guy has received from the federal government of Nigeria?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Can you name any major, like, main headquarter office of the national government in the South that you know?
Okay, NDDC's office is in Port Harcourt. That's NDDC.
It's not, that is created specifically for them.
Office now.
That's not a regional office, that's their head office. What are you talking about?
Not their head office. They didn't call it the head office.
I am telling you.
Let me confirm.
Oh, fathers, when did you leave Nigeria?
And that is specifically for that region. So where else is it going to be?
Excuse me.
NDDC is regional.
Hold on, AY, guys, hold on.
It doesn't belong anywhere else.
Head office only
Find another example, please.
When you were talking, I didn't air a voice.
Find something that is national. Find something that is national.
No, NDDC is a national asset.
It's specific to that region, though.
No. Listen, Ondo State is part of NDDC. Ondo State is Southwest.
Yes, because they are oil producing Niger Delta.
But it is a national asset. It is a
it's not South, it's Niger Delta.
Listen, whether it is called Niger Delta Commission or whatever, it is a national asset. That's the point.
A regional national asset. That's what it should be.
See, you see now, you are qualified it now. You are the one qualified.
Yeah, because no, I'm saying you find something that is national.
Okay, let me give you one other one that all of us gloss over. Let me give you one other one that we all gloss over.
Okay.
The government decided to take a loan from the Chinese to build modern trains. They built the trains from Lagos to the north. They did another one from Abuja to Kaduna or Kano. None was considered between the corridors of the so-called South-South to the Southeast. Did you know that? Did you know that? Or you're oblivious of that? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry, I didn't catch the question because I'm
trying to. So I'm not asking you a question. The point I'm making is this: the federal government under Jonathan and then became what's his name, Buhari, built light train. There is light train between Lagos through Ogun State to Ibadan. They built another one from Abuja to Kaduna, I think. And then they even built something from Abuja or wherever it is to Marada or wherever it is they built into Niger. Please, which one did they build in the Southeast?
They are currently renovating.
They are not currently doing anything. Don't say what you don't know.
They are doing it. It was the South-Easterner that even shared the information with me. I can show you here.
This is falsehood.
It's falsehood. Okay,
yes.
I will check.
They are doing nothing far for that.
I will check. I will check. I will check. It was a net media. If I'm not mistaken, net media is a South-Easterner. Is the one that shared this information.
What they are doing is the old train system that we have that has been existed is what they went and started rebuilding. They didn't build a new one.
But why build a new one when there's
but they
the
built
other
a
areas
new
there
one
was
from
nothing
Lagos
there?
to Ibadan. The same one that you're talking about exists from Lagos, Abeokuta to Ibadan, and they now build another one from Lagos to Ibadan. Why didn't they build the same thing from Port Harcourt to
I will confirm that, but what I found was that the one that they built new ones is where it didn't exist before. The other one they renovated.
No, that's not true. Listen,
okay, I will check it now. I will check it just to confirm.
Listen, I have traveled by train across Nigeria. I've traveled from Lagos to my village. Train passes through my village. That train I'm talking about passes through my village. Through KJ's village to my village. I have done that before when the train system was good. That same train system is one that moved from Ibadan, wherever, to Kano and Co. They now decided to build a light one from the same Lagos, going through Abeokuta to Ibadan. It exists separately. The same thing that they didn't do in the Southeast anywhere. For a long time, Southeasterners had to fly to Lagos before they could fly out. Then Ethiopian Airways came under this woman, Odua, that they now accuse of fraud. She now decided to make Enugu Airport a major hub. Before then, only airports you could fly out of Nigeria were Lagos, Kano, and then Port Harcourt to an extent. There was none in the Southeast.
Okay, so now I hear your point there.
And put Enugu, which they also have shut down again.
Okay, now what you are saying, you're comparing it to the area that gained the most from Nigeria. Technically, you can argue that the Southwest is the one that has gained the most from Nigeria. But if you look at the infrastructure that is in the Southeast versus the South-South, if you look at the road network, this is the first time I think we want to do from Calabar to Lagos. This is highway. But the old time, before now, they built it instead of going to the South-South, they went through the Southeast. So other regions like Bayelsa, they didn't even get a flyover till this century. This century we are in. Their first petrol station was in the 1990s.
I'm not supporting that. I think, listen.
But remember the topic, sorry. Try to understand where I'm coming from. Please try to understand where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I understand that. Why would you support that? You will not support that. You're a decent human being. My point is that compared to the Southeast, so you understand what other people are going through in the country.
Let me conclude so that others can talk. Listen.
Chim, before you conclude, can you tell me what I said that is not correct? When you were
everything you were saying Southeasterners have benefited from Nigeria, and everything you were mentioning is self-help effort.
That is what I said now. I never said
how is that benefiting? How is it that when I leave my village to go and trade, then I'm benefiting from Nigeria?
If there is no Nigeria, will you benefit? How will you benefit? Will you be able to
the Lebanese? What are you talking about? The Lebanese that brings his money to Nigeria is Nigeria that gave him the opportunity. That's what you're talking about.
Nigeria still create the atmosphere.
Nigeria is creating no opportunity for anyone.
Come on. Let's see. Why do we do this?
Creating opportunity for anyone. Let's be honest.
Let me say this. Let me just explain
it.
We
don't appreciate the small little things we have. It's a problem.
We say it's little, they're actually quite big. I know firsthand that people in the South will testify that because of Nigeria, they are smaller for it. And the people that gain from it are the Southeasterners. And when I say that, okay, Chim, let me ask you this.
Yes.
Can you say today that before the British arrived, comparatively to the other groups in the South, that the Southeasterners are a shadow of what they used to be before?
I don't understand. I don't get that question.
The question is,
I'm trying to understand the question.
Let me repeat that. Before the Europeans arrived to Nigeria, before they arrived in Nigeria, can you say, compared to today, that the Southeasterners, before the British arrived, that they have suffered reverses compared to where they were before, compared to their next door neighbors like the South-South, the Edos, and all the rest. Can you say that?
See, whatever answer I give you is comparative to everybody. It's like saying the Edo people, you know, can I say that the Edo people, the Edo kingdom has reversed or moved forward comparative to where they were before? I don't even understand that. That is not a comparative.
When you compare each other, because you know the Edo kingdom was one of the most advanced in Nigeria. And the South-South too had contact with the Europeans, so they too had education and were quite advanced.
Yeah.
However, today, are you going to say they are that dominant anymore?
Listen,
they are not.
It depends on the context. It depends on the context, really. So if
what context are they dominant?
Hold on. If you're looking at it from indigenous things that were happening before, things like language, for instance, I would say we are faring worse because we're losing our language because of English. But if you say in terms of modern civilization, then I might agree with you that having contact with the Western world has aided everybody. There are a lot of things we are doing today we did not do, our forefathers failed to do back then. That's why I said it depends on the context you're coming from.
Comparatively, in the South, would you say the South, like the Edo Kingdom and the South-South, has lost power compared to the Southeast in Nigeria today?
Lost power to who? There was no Nigeria. That's the point I'm making.
No, there was the area. There was the area. It doesn't have to be in Nigeria. There was the area, and these people, they had interactions and they have their power blocks. Would you say today that those power blocks have lost power compared to the Southeast?
Okay, so for us, this question you're asking is difficult to answer. Why? Because listen, the Igbo man was known for a way of doing things. They say Igbos were Republican. We had a way of solving our issues locally, and which we continued even after with the contact with the Europeans. But we've also lost due to excessive individualism that has happened. I'll give you an example. It used to be that as an Igbo man, if you are a son, you pulled your siblings up. One could say that it put pressure on one person, but the person pulling others up was happy doing it. He didn't have a problem with that. We used to go to a council where we respected elders and we did self-community efforts. Many of those things have been lost. Why have we lost those things? We've also lost those things to modern civilization. Same way the Edo man might have things that were peculiar to them that they've lost because of the contact with the white man. That's why I said to you, comparative to what? It's contextual.
So in other words, you're arguing that because the Europeans came in, the Edo people lost out more.
I didn't say that. Edo, comparative to what
because that was the question. That was the question, saying that, of course, we all know everybody lost something. But the question is, in terms of the power structure, has the Igbo people come forward?
What power structure are you talking about?
Because, see, my point is that during that time, the Benin Kingdom were the most advanced in the South.
Okay.
Technologically, war and everything.
Okay.
Today, the South too, the South-South were even more advanced in terms of technology because they had contact with the Europeans, had more education. They were the ones going inland and, betraying their fellow black people, capturing them and selling them to slavery. So those ones, can you say after Nigeria was created, they maintained their power?
No.
Compared to this. Exactly. So exactly, that's my point.
No, but hold on, forefathers.
And that is still ricocheting to today, and many people from the South don't see that.
Okay, so forefathers.
That is the point of this whole live stream.
Forefathers, the Igbo man was not dominating the Edo man. The Edo man was not dominating the Igbo man. So when you say power structure relative to what? We didn't have a centralized. There was no Nigeria where all of us were together. We were forced into this union.
To put this into context, the Igbos were enslaved for centuries by the Benin people. By the Benin and even
I don't know where you're getting that history
from. Some of them,
not
all of them.
Oh my God! Where did you read that history?
That's why I said I don't want to go into that.
Igbos were enslaved.
Some of them. Who are the some of them that were slaves?
Maybe he was in the Delta area.
Come on, stop that nonsense. Delta area.
Let me educate him.
What are you talking about?
And Mr. Ewese,
I don't know the area.
Heresies that people are talking about here.
Jide has just thrown powder keg into the other
two. 1 second. Jide.
I'm right now.
No. I don't think it's the way you are saying it.
Fathers, 1 second, please. 1 second. Jide, have you heard of the Arunchuku people?
Yes, I know them.
You know them. Do you know that these people were warlike people who used to enslave other people?
Yes, it was very complicated.
So when you say the Igbos, you use a large word, the Igbos.
Okay,
the Arunchukus were enslaving other Igbos also.
Yes, I agree.
Okay,
I agree.
You need to be very careful when you come here and say certain things.
But
Not
yes,
the whole Igbo.
I'm
It was
right.
mostly
I'm
on the
right.
child.
I'm still right that some of the I'm right. Some Yorubas too were enslaved.
Yeah, but that language the way you use it was like the enslaved Igbo. It's like it was all Igbo people that were enslaved. That's not what happened now. It's war. It's conquest. When you conquer them, then you use some people as slaves. That's what tends to happen then. Yeah. And so you see the point. It appears to an extent. I appreciate you, Chim. At least you try to be open to it. The fact that the South has lost influence and power because they are part of Nigeria. And the truth is that is part of the reason why, if you go and read the speech that Adaka Boro made, that's part of the reason why he opposed Enugu. He wasn't even thinking mostly of Nigeria. He was opposing Enugu because it was a regional capital, you see. And again, the Southeast was the regional capital of that, this is Southeastern region. So these are the national structures that we don't remember that was in place before. I've ridden on a train line from River State to Enugu, we've done that, went and had fun and all the rest. It was cool. But point is that line now is damaged and they're trying to fix it again. So there's infrastructure there.
The point I'm making is this: that same line exists from Lagos, Abeokuta to Ibadan, Ilorin, but that same line that is from Port Harcourt through Aba to Enugu, why they have done a second one, light train, between the same corridor in the southwest, they haven't done any between the south-south through Aba to that same place you mentioned. That's the point I'm making.
No, are you saying that there's politics in Nigeria, especially with this? There's serious politics, yes.
There's no politics in Nigeria. Let me end here and allow you go to Mr. Wesley. Let me end here. Listen, if Nigeria really loves itself, if the Nigerian leaders love Nigeria, they will ensure that Warri Port is working at optimal level. The one in Port Harcourt, same thing. Allow Calabar to work. It's in the whole best interest of Nigeria. But this small thing that everyone must go to Apapa and go to Tinkan Island. You think you are doing Nigeria good? You are stifling Nigeria.
I know that. I see, we are in agreement on that. We are in agreement on that one. We are all in agreement on that. And because I don't like this where everything is just flowing to one side. And it's because of politics. These politicians, they are worse than military. They are so everything, the way they invest, you can see that the pattern is based on politics. It's not based on this thing.
Forefathers, can I speak, please?
How are we going to bring this guy? He's just going to start fighting me now. I think after we see this in Akpapu. Thank you for joining us. African Awareness. Oh no, sorry, it's Jefferson. Chim engaged. That's why
after Jefferson is me.
Hi. Okay. Don't you think you should give it to like this gentleman? This elder here. There's an elder here. Concerns.
Okay, no problem.
And you see that. Well done. You see, that's the first time I really commend concerns. Thank you for that. Jefferson. You see, sorry about that. Chim engaged, and I like when people engage like that with the discussion. That's what we want to be seeing. So, what do you make of this? This entitled that Southeasterners. If you look at the metrics, they are doing better than most Nigerians. The only people that you can, realistically compare them with is Southwest. What do you make of it?
All right. Can you guys hear me? Okay, so yeah, good evening, good morning, or is it good afternoon? Nice to see you guys again. So you see this topic, we have to be honest about a lot of things. As a nation, I've had a fair share of our pre and post Civil War, everything, and where we are today as a country. So if we're looking at the context, I'll look at it from a collective, right? You see, the Southeast, after the Civil War, most of our grandparents were given £20 irrespective of what they had, inclusive of my own grandfather and some other people. Well, there was some people said they got their own properties after which, well, it's something, some got it, some didn't anyway, but it was not the same for everyone. Some even died in the process. Okay, in all of that, we're thinking that, okay, Nigeria will bring everyone in together in terms of forget about what happened, let us go further. It actually worked in a way, but of course there was a lot of resentment. But despite the resentment, the Igbos still moved. They still survived. They reintegrated into the Nigeria as a country, despite being hated. You see, how I put it now, let me just jump, then I'll come back to that. So when the issue of Ibeto, when Ibeto had that situation with Dangote, and of course Obasanjo, came in, of course he lost out in his business, and Dangote became the prime businessman. And Dangote is not the only person Dangote is not the only person that most Igbo presidents have been hurt. The likes of Koschari even made a mention that at the time in the 80s, he was a fast rising businessman, but of course, because of the Nigerian construct, he couldn't get to where he was supposed to go because he didn't get that kind of back that he was supposed to get, like the way Dangote and Co got. But again, we all know where this thing's heading, but I don't want to really stress on that. So in the Nigerian project, majority of the Igbo that you are seeing today, most of them it is self, how will I put it? They have this self-motivation. The Samu Bakwe Airport was built by students, and both students and civil servants and some businessmen in the state at the time when it was old Imo.
Old Imo State people, Imo State.
People literally dead. In fact, there's a list. That list is there, or you can even find it in the internet. There's an actual list where you will see the actual amount of money that was put together just to build the airport. Do you know why Samu Bakwe was called the weeping governor? He has a name. They called him the weeping governor. You want to know why? Because this man will literally go and cry before, I don't know, it's Babangida and Co.
No, Shagari.
To get his own allocation so that can do meaningful development in the state. That was then, this was then. Unfortunately, then there was no social media and all of that. So that was the kind of thing that was happening. And that's what made him exceptional. Because even with the initial, he was able to do something. And don't forget that the old Imo was a combination of current Abia and some part of Ebonyi, if I could remember. I don't know, but that was it. And then you can imagine what he did then. You see? Now, the same Igbos have been going in all over the country. They are not giving us free lunch. And I want to correct what Ewa and Jide was saying. They make it look like, Nigeria has been nice to us, so we need to be nice to Nigeria. Actually, the Nigerian state has been hostile to the Igbos.
I never said Nigeria was nice to Igbos.
You may not say, one thing you guys need to understand is,
I condemn the idea of separation.
You don't need to say something, but it can be interpreted into something else. Nigeria as a country, you see the way it is happening to people in diverse forms and manners. Some is happening good for them, some is happening bad for them. Do you understand?
Can I ask you a question on that line of thinking about whether Nigeria has been good? So before even the end of colonization, would you argue that? Can you argue that? No, before the end of colonization, I'm trying to.
It's actually not subject to our time. It might give us some information, but not really subject to.
It depends on how you look at it. Because I'm trying to because if I say this recent, you say, it's just out of your own the way what you want to do. But would you agree that even before the end of colonization, before 1960, the South Easterners have already made their way well in large numbers to the north, something that was not there before Europeans.
My brother, that is not a question to ask. Our people have been everywhere. And don't forget.
No. Let me. The point. No. The point is very specific.
You brought
it wasn't like that before the Europeans arrived.
You know it now. Even
and it was Nigeria that made that happen.
Everywhere. And don't forget, our people have been progressive, have been successful, and equally being hated for their level of progress. Don't forget that there is a timeline of program that happened to the Igbos even before the 60s. Is there?
No, I'm aware. It happened in the 40s, I think.
You understand? Yeah. So, you understand what I'm trying to say?
No, I understand what you are saying. It's just that I'm not sure I agree. I don't know why you see it like.
Listen,
if you are able to operate in an environment, the environment has nothing to do with your progress. I don't understand if you say that.
I'm not saying anything here for you to agree with me or not. I'm just stating the obvious, and that is why we're having bias in the society today.
Hold on. This is an important point. Let's engage on this, because why is it that some people say they are in an environment, they are flourishing? They will say it's in spite of the environment. That the environment could decide to destroy you. Because
I need to correct it.
Because now, I wanted to give you evidence to what I'm saying.
Let me finish now. Apart from the Southeast, of course, I know people are in all over the country. Now, in Yoruba land, I want to concentrate on Yoruba land, for instance. It's the same Yoruba land that when they were doing 2015 election, the Igbos have been doing business, living peacefully. But when it comes to election and they see there is a threat of political interest, what they call it, Oba of Lagos and co. will now remember to make inciting statements. They will make inciting statements that, look, if you or any one of you vote against my wish, I'll throw you into the lagoon. This was said 2015. And I remembered very well, I was in Lagos when that one was said. This is not what they told me, this is what I saw. If a traditional ruler can make a statement at the time, making that kind of threat, and then as if that's not enough, you see talks during election day, threatening to see who is Igbo, who is not Igbo, so that they will stifle the voting strength, so that they will not alter what is happening in the state. Why I brought this thing out is, these are some of the constructs. Or is it only that one? Or for instance, maybe is it in land? Is it in land, where people will buy land? Some will say that they didn't buy the land correctly. Some, there are actually physical evidence that these lands were bought for businesses, right? And because the government of the day is not comfortable with some people, they will now feel that, oh, okay, let me use my will to see how I can stifle and let them know that, look, now we day here. They will go lock up their shops or destroy their shops in the middle of the night. And let them know that, oh, this land has been sealed, that it didn't go through the right process. Even after which they went through the right process. You see, these are the receipts are there. And we also want to challenge our Yoruba brothers if such is actually happening in the East, let them bring up the receipt and say, oh, they're being, so that we can actually, because I'm not saying this to spite anybody, but I'm actually stating the obvious facts, the facts. There's a lot of resentment. The issue of the port, I could remember in some months back, it's not up to 4 months back, Lagos state government was literally complaining bitterly that the problem of the Lagos port is congestion, that it's just congestion, that if they resolve it, that there's no need of reopening all the other ports. I smell the rat there, because next year is going to be taxed, and people are going to write, because it's going to be competitive, because people want to make profit. Each state wants to make profit about what is coming to their state. And don't forget, Imo State governor made a statement that why would they have major of their companies in Lagos when they can come back to the East? But some people say there was insecurity, but they are going to reestablish and work that modalities out, which, I mean, the Imo State government is going. But I want to concentrate on the port. When there was issue about the congestion of the port, don't forget Ibeto and Co, they were also behind the scenes working to make sure that the ports were functional, at least the one in One and the one in Anambra and some other places, so that at least activity can come back again. And as I speak to you, whether you agree with me or not, activities are actually happening now in large in numbers that is unimaginable. You see, but some part of the country feel that it should not, because they feel it's going to affect them. Why did I bring that up? Because most of our brothers who are in the Southwest who are doing business, right? Most time there's this hate that comes up. This one will not agree for this one. This one will not agree for this one. And then anytime there's a crisis, they'll say, "Oh, why don't you go back to where you're coming from?" Now, when they want to go back, there's this resentment and hate, and so these issues don't actually get resolved overnight. And so it's a back and forth. We're all here now. We're not talking about if Nigeria split, that if Biafra was to go, they should go with their 5 states. And again, I'm not here to attack anybody. GD and ZAY. I want to correct both of you to understand that Biafra does not just end in 5 states. That there are other people, that there are other Igbo people that are not in that are in the South states.
So how many states? How many states?
That one is the topic of another one, but I don't want to go into that. I don't want to go into that, because what will happen is just construct. What you don't understand here is that, you see, they will put a narrative here. People will not do proper investigation. I'm an Igbo man. I'm proud. I don't care what anybody thinks. I'm an actual Igbo man. It's not even about my own identity. But I was meant to understand and do my own research about things. And say, oh, this is what it's supposed to be. This is what, do proper research, not just sitting down and holding on to what people will put as a label.
So Jefferson,
AY, please let because Ewesi needs to speak, and so thank you for that. Listen, round up, please.
In conclusion, then another thing. In conclusion, I will say this before I conclude. Why? This Nigeria has not been better. So now there is this stigma making it look like, if an Igbo man, why should we trust? And it's not good. There's a saying even in the holy books, for some of us that are Christians, they say that words have power. They say we should watch what we say. What do I mean? That if you say something too much, even if it's positive or negative, it has an effect affecting the nation. And what do I mean? People will come out and say, "Oh, an Igbo man cannot be president," or "this cannot be." It's just, I don't know. It's not that I'm actually buying into it. I don't know. Nobody's in God's mind. If God says He wants an Igbo man to be president, it will happen. But it's more or less like a stigma that Igbo man will scatter everything that's happening in Nigeria. But again, we have seen it between our very eyes that even the Igbo man is not there, but Nigeria, the state of Nigeria is actually getting worse by the day. There's no form of direction. And we as a people, that's not what we want. So in conclusion, in conclusion, what I would say is that the Igbos have been whatever they have achieved as a bloc. Majority of that success is 90% individualistic efforts, even down to the apprenticeship that we do, down to so many other things. It is an individualistic effort. It is not by government or anything. If we get the government back in to help us, no problem. It's going to even make the job more easier. Am I saying that everything the Igbo man is doing is 100%? Do they have their issues? Yes, we do have our own issues. Well, that's one thing I love our people. When we have issues, we know that we err in some ways and we accept it. But one thing I want to say to our brothers is this: it is not it's a very terrible thing for a group of people to see black and call it white when they know the obvious. I think we need to learn how to be more objective, because most times when we cover, especially when we have a nationalistic issue like this, we tend to shoot ourselves in the foot, of which is what is happening right now to us as we speak. So that's my summation.
I thank you for that. I really wish we spend more time comparing with other people how matrices instead of using anecdotal cases like Dangote or stuff like that. Because the topic is about comparing with other people so that it will be more objective. The only thing that addresses so far is change, really.
It was obvious. It is an obvious example that all Nigerians could see. And then I just remember now, even of recent, if you notice, I'm not trying to spite Dangote, but I don't know what really happened that they did the Imo Economic Council. They now invited, what's his name? Is it Boris Johnson and co? I could smell a rat in that because I know that in Imo State, they have the highest gas reserve. And of course, now that they see that there's a prospect, now they were like, oh, I see there's a possibility of investment, that all they need to do now is to tell us what we need to invest so that we invest. I knew that it's not, the math was not matching. But I'm not saying that Dangote cannot do any business in our state. After all, I'm not the one that will decide that. So it just tells you that it found it difficult to invest at the time, but for obvious reasons, best not to him. But I'm going to leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Fathers, I have to leave now. But before I leave, I want to just give me like 30 seconds. I want to say something. You see,
30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds, real quick. So a lot of times people tend to misunderstand my points, and I'm not going to go back to repeat my points. I made it very clear, and I asserted the position of those that want Igbo people to separate from Nigeria. I made it clear. I won't repeat it. So it's up to you to go and listen to what I said. That's number one. Number two, go and learn from what's going on in the former states of Yugoslavia. Go and learn from what's going on between India and Pakistan.
My friend, it's not 30 seconds. 30 seconds have passed.
And finally, learn from what's going on with Eritrea and Ethiopia.
Oh my God, concern.
You learn that.
You better let it go before concern start again.
By 30 seconds have passed. That man talk nonsense every time he comes there. He wants to talk his nonsense.
This is what you are doing here.
If the thing that our advice is try to apply a bit of more word precision.
The separation is going to happen at a platter. It will even surprise everyone first.
Let me just say something to Jide quickly.
Baba, you have a lot of patience. Your patience is wonderful, sir.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous how you just
because it's
this guy doesn't even want to.
Father, please, I want to ask Mr. Wessa is the next. I want to ask him a
No, you can't. There's a man waiting to speak who hasn't spoken.
Hold on, he's about to speak. He's about to speak. Hold on, let me just say before he leaves. Let me just say, the only thing I would advise Jide is have a bit more word precision, because that thing that he said that the people enslaved the Igbo people is you can see how that can be inflammatory. You are better than this. Use more word precision, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Welcome, Ewesi. I really appreciate your patience.
I want to throw a question to Mr. Ewesi so he can carry us along.
No!
Okay.
Explain. Please. Mr.
Okay, ask your question. Ask him.
Yeah, I want him to help us address this question because it's an elderly. I know he's well read. He said you know what is going on.
My friend, you're not even in a good position to ask question because you want to talk nonsense. Always want to talk
nonsense.
Get medication.
You don't have to come and patronize us and tell us you know this. Let him speak for himself. He doesn't need you to come and do all that embellishment.
Okay, Mr. Ewesi, please. I don't know. I'm actually shocked. I don't know the reason why Nigerians, they don't appreciate the benefit we are getting from the country. No matter what, we got education at a cheap rate compared to other countries. The government, no matter what, create an environment, enable environment where people can trade, where people can benefit from the country. But people are calling it, oh, this is individual effort. That means somebody in America could say, I could be a billionaire in America. I will tell you it's an individual effort. The government did not do anything for me. I want you to comment on this to at least educate the people that no matter what, we benefited from this country. They should not just discard it completely. Thank you, Mr. Ewesi.
Okay, thank you very much, and everybody. I was listening.
Sorry, don't let that distract you from the original question, which is comparatively.
I like the original question too because I was taking notes. Don't worry. I was taking note when everybody was speaking. I was taking note when Chim was speaking, when AY was speaking, when Jefferson was speaking, when the guy that just left, when he was talking, I was taking notes about everything people were saying and all that kind of thing. And I will address all these issue in one concept, maybe one concept alone. Guys, let us not forget one thing, because the one thing we forget as a people is that we are a third world country. And the level of our consciousness is very, very low. Let me just mention this thing. In the year 1494, the whole world, there was a treaty signed between Portugal and Spain that divided the entire world into two. One part belonged to Portugal, the other part belonged to Spain, just to discover and colonize. This is part of the history of the world we live in. The first slavery that happened in the world, in African country, happened in 1400 by the Portuguese. We forget that. Now, I just want to keep this in the background of your mind. Let's go to what forefather asked as a main question. The main question forefather asked was, has the Igbos, maybe South or whatever you call them, has the Igbos actually fared better than other group of Nigerians within the context of Nigeria? And the answer to that question is categorically clear, yes. Now, AY was talking about Igbos, faring, and AY said yes, the Igbos have fared very well, and that the Igbos have fared very well because they have used the opportunity of being in a very, very multinational, multicultural state, and they were able to, use their God-given talent. I'm an agnostic. I don't worship anything. So they use their talents and were able to take advantage of the society they found themselves in. He never said that Nigerian government in any way, shape, or form give Nigerians anything. Let us refer to United States of America. When Obama came to the office, and Obama was in 2008, when Obama was agitating that the richer Americans should pay more in taxes. His argument was, and then the Republicans' argument, Mitt Romney, your best friend, your friend Chim, your friend Mitt Romney, the billionaire. So the billionaire was like, you have the capacity to pull yourself from your bootstring.
So I don't know him more.
Now they drink coffee together, you forget. So, but that you did it on your own, you did it by yourself. Obama's argument was no, somebody's tax, was used to build a road where your vehicle was driving when you're delivering the goods. Somebody's tax was used to build the aeroplane when you're flying out to go do that business. That there is nothing that you literally do in any society that you did by yourself. There were other things within the environment that offered you the opportunity to thrive. Of course, you did well because you are smarter than me. I can only read textbooks, but you know how to sell egusi and dobono, so you can go there and make the money. But the thing is that you because you have the skills. But you see, at the end of the day, I'm not going to go into every other thing that people are saying here. One thing I want everybody to understand that this thing, yes, if I may answer directly to forefathers' direct question, yes, the Igbos have fared very, very well because Igbos can see advantages and then take advantage of them. Not in all cases, but in most cases, they can take advantage of things that other people don't see. It's not really within whether Nigeria was giving them a peculiar or specific help to do that. No, that doesn't. As a matter of fact, I cannot even stand here. Maybe somebody can correct me out. I'm willing to learn from anybody. If you know specific thing that the Nigerian government has done to the people of Ibadan or people of Ondo or people of Oyo State or people of Sapele or Warri, specifically that done by the Nigerian government, put them ahead in Igbo contest, I'm willing to take that. when it comes to the case of the northern Nigeria, I'm not going to address that. I'm not going to address that. I'm going to leave that to Chim to address, because the situation with us, between us in the south and the northerners, is a peculiar situation. Why do I say that? I say that because, Nnamdi Kanu may be crazy, but there is something Nnamdi Kanu say all the time that everybody can learn from. If you are within a certain level of reasoning and somebody is within a lower level of reasoning, there is no way two of you can actually do things within the same context, at the same level, coexist within the same environment, because somebody vibrates in a higher level of frequency. And this is why I said the problem we have, generally speaking, is the level of our consciousness. Today, Ukraine is fighting for their survival. They're doing everything. Ukraine has changed completely. A country of 45 million people have changed how war will be fought for the next 20 to 30, 50 years by coming up with how you use drone to fight wars. Just a small country of 45 million people, Ukraine. But if in Nigeria we're not fighting war because we are being oppressed by our own government, not foreign government, but because we are being oppressed by our own government. You know what we do when they're oppressing us? We will come here on the TV, on the YouTube. This room where I'm using as an office is a very cozy place. It's warm. I can sit here. I'm not cold in the war front or in the field. I'm cozy here. I can come and sit here and talk. The Ukrainians are dying in the field, but we can sit down here as Nigerians and talk. And then the next thing is, we are not even doing anything to change or persuade the uneducated minds within our country. Listen, let me say this, openly and 100% from my mind. Each and every one of you here, you have something to offer. You have spoken very, very well. You've all articulated your points satisfactorily within the framework where you understand it. And I don't have any problem with that. My problem is, what are we individually willing to sacrifice to make Nigeria be like UK, where Jagun is sitting down there enjoying, or be like United States or Canada, where AY and Chim are sitting down enjoying. During the civil rights movement, do you know what the civil rights leader, the guy called Bob Moses? There's something Bob Moses organized in 1964, where they call the summer of 64, they call Freedom Summer. In Freedom Summer, Bob Moses were organizing to go to Mississippi with the SNCC movement, the student nonviolent movement, to go and register people, black people, to vote. Mississippi was the most hostile place, but they want to mobilize to go there to vote, to go there and mobilize voters. And the Mississippi people said, if you come here, we will kill all of you. Bob Moses, being the organizer, he was a teacher in Harlem, New York. You know what he did? He said, okay, if we involve a lot of white people, white students, not with regular white people, to follow us, then the government in power, the white government, will not, easily or freely willing to shoot their own children or their own fellow white people. And that's what he did. Now, look at the kicker here. When they get to Mississippi in the summer of 64, they were doing briefing before they go out to go and canvass for people to vote among the black community. They were telling them, say, look, you are in the deep south. It doesn't matter whether you're a white person or a black person. It doesn't matter if your father is a senator or a congressman or a CEO in any bank or any office in New York. The white people here in the South can kill you for associating with niggers. If you don't want to do it because it could be dangerous, we want you to right now decide to back out so that you don't get hurt. None of those white people that showed up decided to back up. They were saying whether it will take our life or this, we will do this thing. And that's the spirit I'm looking for in Nigeria. It's not for us to keep discussing what's going on, who is this. Let us at least, if we don't do anything, let us find time to educate ourselves that what Jefferson and his family want for his family is what Jagu want for his family as human beings. To have good education and good medical care and everything, so that if we need to build, as Chima was saying, if we need the war report and Sapele port, we know we need it. It's not. You don't have to convince me because I'm a senator in Lagos that we need this thing to help our society. And we don't have that consciousness. We do not have that consciousness where people think of what benefits people. We don't care for each other. We don't think anything of one another. So the key thing is, how do we wake our people up to start to, how do we sensitize our people to know that your America where you live, your papa did not contribute anything for you to be here. The UK where you live, your grandparents did not contribute anything for you to be there. And they're using their taxpayers to give you health care. Come on, guys. Why can't we think like the people we drink coffee with when we go to smoke in downtown Seattle? Why can't we think like those people? That human beings are human. Does no matter whether you're Igbo man, Ijebu man, or you're from Edo or from Ichekiri. We are all human beings. We got to start forgetting about this Igbo. If the Igbos are the ones that will make Nigeria a better place, come on. What do I have to lose? If an Igbo man builds something, I can come there and do my business, JJ, and you are Yoruba man. What do you get to lose if Jago is going to be the head of the president of Nigeria, and you can go to Nigeria and your life is protected and everything, or you are now someone? We got to change the discussion. We got to reframe the argument. We got to frame where our mind is. Because our mind is in the wrong place. Because our people are not educated. Don't get me wrong. Our people are not. You see, what you do when you go to university, you go there to get career education, teach you mathematics, computer science, and engineering or medicine on how to get a job. If you want to educate yourself, go and start buying books and start reading them. Because what those management you're getting PhD in, the management doesn't teach you how to take care of a suffering child in the street of Lagos. You won't care.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to ask one question before we go. Just try to keep it brief. Do you think if an Igbo man is elected as, let's say someone like Peter Obi is elected into office as president, it could be a signal in Nigeria that at some level Nigeria is getting itself back together? There's an element of healing and unity that might increase within the nation if that happens.
Good. That's a very good question. But let me tell you what Peter Obi himself said. Peter Obi said, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo man, right? We all had it. And they said, we know they give shishi. Don't vote for me because I'm a Christian. We also had it. Peter Obi is interested in seeing Nigeria work. And you know what he said again? He said that the biggest gold Nigeria has is those farmlands in the north. Because he wants to move Nigeria from just a consuming society
to production.
To a production.
Hey, no, you didn't hear that. Hey, no, don't be saying that. You didn't hear it.
You know. So when he said all these things, he's showing us. And you know another thing he said.
It's period of Christ.
You know another thing he said. He said that being the president of Nigeria, he's not a magician. The things is not going to change overnight. So the key is we have not even built a foundation. We don't have any philosophical tie that ties us to Nigeria as a nation that we want to make great. The American people, when they were coming here, there is something they called as the name they gave the idea of moving from England or Europe here, to use this thing.
That manifest destiny or something.
Manifest destiny, yes. They call it manifest destiny because they say as long as God has provided us and put us in this land, we're going to turn it into a wonderful place. We don't have that. We do not have any inspiration to turn Nigeria into a wonderful place. We do not have any inspiration to make Nigeria greater than we found it. We do not have any inspiration to say, look, we have this land that has all the resources in the world. And Tinubu does not understand what you and I are discussing. You cannot blame me because that's not where he's mind.
Thank you.
Buhari does not understand this concept because that's not where their mind goes. They don't know what's going on because they come from a different generation. And as you move, the knowledge and the understanding of the world by another generation changes and advances. History wake up to what's happening in our own era. Let us not forget that the first industrial revolution was the train system. You're right, locomotive. We're how many years away from when locomotive started? We don't even understand it. The second one was electricity. We're how many years away from when the electricity started? We still don't understand those things. We're not we're not making ourselves part of this world.
Let's go to concern before concern starts. He's been very, very patient.
Thank you, Mr. Ewese. This is brilliant one.
We really appreciate Ewese for coming out.
Thank you, sir.
Objectivity is very, very important. And Mr. Concerns, I really appreciate.
Concern will not say thank you. He doesn't like it. It's okay.
Hello.
Mr. Concern, I'm inviting you.
All protocols observed. Mr. AY, don't interrupt me when I'm talking, please. I want to talk. You finish your own.
No, except you call my name. I will not. No,
I will not call your name because your name you have no meaning to me. You see, I'm not a Muslim like you. You see,
Concern wakes up in the morning and chooses
I want to start with this.
Anger child.
I want to start with this. You see, Igbos are the problem Nigeria have today. Why I say that is because, you see, the seaport in Warri, they don't want you to work very well. In Rivers and Calabar, they don't want you to work. You know why? Because they believe that you're going to benefit Igbos. But they don't know that depriving the people of Warri, Rivers, and others, that depriving them so much. Because if those seaports are working so much, working very well, the Warri people will get jobs. Many of the people from River, the whole Nigerians will get more jobs. But it will repeat more of your worries and all the rest. But these people can never allow you to function very well. That's why they don't want you to function, because they believe that Igbos are going to benefit. Because most of the statistics say that about 70% of the containers that comes to Nigeria goes to the east. So if these containers start going to the Warri port and all the rest, they believe that you're going to benefit Easterners, and the Lagosians will lose.
Concerns, can I try to
let me talk. When I talk, you start asking me.
So you can address the topic. The actual topic is about.
I know now. I'm coming to that place. Wait, don't worry about that.
Right.
Don't worry about that. Now, you see all the people that says that Igbos benefit more from Nigeria. No. After the war, most of the Igbos started traveling out. In Gabon, there are many Igbos who dominated the market in Gabon. In Cameroon, in Angola, there was a time, even up till now, most of the billionaires in Angola are Igbos. In Panya? In Panya? Yes, in Panya. In Botswana, in South Africa. Igbos made money from outside than in Nigeria. Igbos, even in America here, many of my friends in America, many of those I know, nurses and other Igbos, all of them have built houses in Nigeria, 2, 3. So even those Igbos in Lagos and all the rest, let me tell you, majority of them don't have even houses in Igbo land. Most of them don't have even houses in Lagos. It's few of them that have those. It's few of them, but you see those in Gabon, in Angola people. The money in Angola. There was a time Angola was using dollars. The money that coming there that time, when you go there with you go there with only $200. My brother, before 3 years, you have already buy a house in Nigeria. Build one again, 2 or 3 houses. I'm telling you the truth. You see, so Igbos made money from abroad than in Nigeria. All the money that Igbos have in Nigeria is just to, and anytime the Igbo man want to start a cloud up in Nigeria, they bring him down. They bring him down. Okay, since I came to America, how many years now? I already have 2 houses in Nigeria. 2 big houses in Nigeria since I came. How many years now? Not up to 10, not up to 8 years. Or the something others. But when I was in Nigeria, I made contract. I schooled in Nigeria. I made contract in Nigeria. I did everything, but I didn't get one even common block in Nigeria. You understand? So Igbos make money abroad more than in Nigeria. This thing you're talking about, Kosadis, talking about others, Ibet and all the rest. They started coming up and they bring them down.
But you're not addressing the point, though.
Don't forget. I'm addressing the point. Now let me tell you. In the east, people are talking. In the east, people are talking about. Tim have already said many things about how we have been disenfranchised in Nigeria, how we have been maltreated in Nigeria. Okay, come on. Even only Kaduna have more than 51 government institutions. Only Kaduna, only the schools built by Nigeria itself in Kaduna is about 51. I can name them. I have the list here. I can name them for you people here now. But how many have the federal government built in the whole 5 eastern states? How many? You understand? This I'm talking about only Kaduna, not Zamfara, not this thing. All the money that is being used in Nigeria, is it coming from where? Most of the money comes from the south and southeast. The resources from there.
Is University of Nigeria not? Is that Nigerian University in Soka?
My brother, let me. He said he counted how many institutions in one state and said count the same type of institution in the southeast.
Okay, wait. Let me name them. Let me name them. Let me name them. Ahmad Bello University, Zaria, Kaduna State University, Greenfield University, Kaduna Polytechnic, Kaduna, National Open University of Nigeria, Kaduna Study Center, Nigeria College of Aviation Technology, Paladun, Zaria, Nigeria Defense Academy, NDA, Kaduna, Nuhu Bamai Polytechnic, Zaria, Air Force Institute of.
You really want to wait for 50?
It's about 51 institutions. Only in Kaduna, only in the state. Not in Zaire, not in Zamfara, not in other Gongol, all those, not all those places. Then talk about the one in Lagos and all the rest. But only in the whole southeast, how many have they built? Not to talk about roads, not to talk about empowerment, not to talk about the way we are doing differentialized in education. So there are many things. And now when people are talking about let's not live together, let us live together. If some people who are because there are some people they are blind and their ear is bad. No election in Nigeria have been contested and the announcement of the election is all coming early in the morning or midnight. There have never been. No election in Nigeria that they said they spend almost billions and billions that's supposed to be right, and then they switch out the beaver because they know who's winning, and that's why they did. That's why they did what they did. They believe that no, Igbos cannot do anything. Whatever we do today, they cannot do anything. But some people still today argue who win the election, who didn't win. Even the man who win the election, who didn't win, people already said he bought the election by himself. He bought the election. No, he bought the election. He has said it many times. So you see, we cannot come here every time to deceive ourselves. Miss Two Niger, AY, and the other one who went before. All of you, you know.
Let me ask you then. Let me ask you. Educational. AY, please now. Let me just ask him the question because so between educational achievement in the Northwest versus that of the Southeast, which region is performing best?
My brother, you cannot compare. You cannot. See, this question is used to ask. And sometimes I don't know how I'm going to. My brother, you cannot compare an Hausa man or East and a Northern man to somebody from the South.
You know what? You can
never compare them.
But you know what? Hold on, concern. That means you are better off, isn't it?
Because of our individual effort, not about the federal
Yeah, but
effort.
that
We're
is
talking
how
about
it works everywhere. That's how it works everywhere.
No,
Remember,
forefathers, that's
it's
not
not.
true.
It's
That's
not how
not
it works
true,
everywhere.
sir.
It's not.
everywhere,
It's not.
government
Forefathers,
assists or
forefathers,
sabotages while the
forefathers,
citizens make things happen.
It's
forefathers.
not.
Concern, let me just say one thing, please. Forefathers.
Okay.
If the Black American receives government efforts, I can justify that one. They were intentionally pulled down. So any effort to bring them up, you would say, okay, we can see why this is happening. Nobody truncated the Northerner. The Northerner chose his pathway. Why should the rest of Nigeria suffer for that?
Okay, you see, the way you look at it is that, you see, this is why Kenneth Okonkwo said it's about the elites versus the others.
No, it's not. It's not
because
it's
the
not
same
that.
thing that you are saying, there is a lot of Southeasterners that are highly very powerful, that have their way, their children are overseas, have properties overseas. They are doing exactly what the elite Northerners are doing. The elite Northerners are just worse at treating their own people badly. But the Southeasterners, at least there's still systems working that give them better education than even the North. Maybe not as good as the West.
Forefathers.
But he's a trader. He is not Ojus or Carlo. He's not a politician. He gave me the basic education. I took off from there and I'm helping myself. The Northerner in the North, the child of a downtrodden person can barely survive alongside the elite.
That is what he's saying now. That is what your father is saying.
That's what I'm saying. You are better off.
The point I'm trying to, I am agreeing with you to that extent. The only pushback I have is this. When you want to compare it and say I'm faring better, that is not because of the Nigerian state. That is because of the culture.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
It doesn't matter. If you see, it doesn't matter. As long as you are in the Nigerian space when that is happening, to an extent, it's still within the Nigerian space. You compare to the others.
No, it's not within the Nigerian space, because if you allow the Nigerian state to dictate it, those Northerners, if you allow them, they will, the same way they have done their Amaha Jerry people, they will do to me.
Okay, so
please let me continue. Let me continue now before I forget what I want to say. Let me continue.
Please focus on trying to compare, please, instead of just talking about all the.
I'm not compare. I'm comparing now.
Pastor, I cannot compare.
No, you can't compare.
Forefather, make sure. Can you make sure that you are following the line, because I'm next?
Yes.
And then
let me continue, please. You see, even as I'm here in our community, whenever our transmission, our transformer gets a problem, we in abroad we contribute home to put it back. But in the north, it's not like that. Even in the southwest, it's not like that. The only people that suffer with the southeast is only maybe the south. It's the south that suffer with the southeast. And that's what the southeast, this south, you people from the south, people must understand this. When you said let's divide, it's not about that people doesn't want to be in a country. But now wait, this country we are going to be with, is it the country that people stole the money and nothing happened to them? How many of the Northerners have been put to book? How many of the Southwesterners have been put to book? How many? How many? Now, in the country, it's the same country we have. One set of people went and bring terrorists into Nigeria to people to kill us. And they're killing us. And nothing can happen. Now, they said, let the terrorists have a death sentence and so. But now the president said, no, they cannot have the death sentence. Understand? Now, is it a country have to live? The more, okay, today, we are afraid, even those going to the east, even those going to the south, all of us are afraid. How long will this continue? And how long will you continue to manage this country until it get better? Now, for us, for those who say we cannot live, let us continue to be here. One, they say this country has expired. Two, the foundation of this country is not okay. Three, they said the British is using us as their shop, as their business empire to eat from us. So there are many things which, if the country is divided, everybody can benefit. If for example we have 2 countries today or 3 countries today, if in the east we're not finding it fine, we can go to the southwest and stay and make business there. Southwesterners can also come to us. Northerners can come to us, or we can go to them. than all of us staying in one place and dying in one place. We can't continue to be here and die in all of us. Many people in the north, many northerners have stolen Nigerian money, but nothing. Okay, look at this Farouk now. When you're talking about the money this Farouk stole, the money that only he gave his children in the primary school, talk less of the one he gave to his wife, talk less of the one he have in the bank account, talk less of the one is, when you look at all these things, how can the country develop? How can the country move forward? But if those things are happening, if somebody from Southeast did that today, my brother, he will be in jail. If today is in the north, in the Southeast, any village that the two military people died, they killed them. You know what happened? The next day, they will bring a Nigerian jet to destroy that village. But in the north, it doesn't happen in the north. They will destroy that village. So we have been suffering. We continue to suffer. Even this Nnamdi Kanu issue, if the time this agitation started, like when it started the South, the former president Shehu Musa, he sent the Goodluck Jonathan to talk to them. They called them and they make peace. When this agitation started in the Southeast, what the president supposed to have done that time is to call that man to order. Call him, okay, what's the problem you have? What's the problem people have? Okay, all the whole thing Nnamdi Kanu stated. Say this, give us railway, give us seaport, give us this. If those seaports have given to the east, who's going to benefit? Is it Nnamdi Kanu going to benefit? No, it's whole Nigeria going to benefit. And this debt that we are caused in all these years, people could have died. There could have been peace. And who could have been? Nigeria is supposed to benefit from those things, not Nnamdi Kanu. But the man choose. Let me not talk to these idiots, these dots in the listen, and let me kill them. And that was why many people died. Instead of arresting that to Buhari or blaming the thing on Buhari, now they're blaming Nnamdi Kanu. There's nothing like peace. Peace is important in every community. Peace is important in every country. Understand? If they have chosen
Thank you.
My brother, let me wait. You put
Thank you. No, you can't go forever now.
When I talk Nnamdi Kanu, this one you're not happy. Wait, just give me some minutes.
Let me show me some minutes. You're changing the topic too. That too is not appropriate now. You know that.
Sam, go out, take some.
Okay, let me manage.
No, what I'm talking about this is that. 30
second round up.
No, what I'm talking about this is that when the South started the agitation, the president called them and made peace. Why when Nnamdi Kanu started, he didn't call them to make peace. That's the problem.
I think that's a valid point. I think that's one.
Understand?
Actually,
if all the whole things Nnamdi Kanu brought up, say you do this for the South, you do this so that there can be peace. If that you have done it, who could have died in the Southeast? Nobody could have died.
Concerns you made. Let's end on a high note, because that last point you make is one point, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but it appears when you look at the people that are being chased for corrupt practices in Nigeria, they tend to be either minority, Southeast, South people. They tend to go after them. Maybe I'm mistaken, I might be wrong.
Look at what happened in Delta State. When those soldiers died. How many soldiers died? 11 soldiers died.
One of the areas you look at too.
A whole village, a whole community was
concerns. Let me address this point. One of the areas you look at too is like Nnamdi Kanu was not like they didn't properly negotiate with Nnamdi Kanu, but they are negotiating with bandits all the time. So
thank you.
I guess you can also argue that maybe Nnamdi Kanu has not decided to want to negotiate with anybody, because clearly he was even shouting.
No, initially Nnamdi Kanu was negotiating with them.
But the president never wanted to negotiate with him. Now he's not in the mood to negotiate with anybody now. That's what I feel like.
No, I mean initially, when he started, he negotiated. He wanted to negotiate. He was negotiating with the South-Easterners, the governors.
I agree with that one. I agree. I know about it. He's just that now he's not looking to negotiate now anymore. That's a problem. It's not. If not, maybe they even pleaded for him to have clemency and all.
After this suffering, the father died. After this suffering, how can you negotiate now? What is he negotiating? Negotiate with the terrorist government, a terrorist people. This government is terrorist government.
Consequences.
So why are you always angry? Eh? calm down. Let's move on.
I don't. So, sometimes Nigeria frustrates people, so I can relate to an extent.
No, Kosa is generally frustrated.
Welcome, Jago. This point has been made a few times already, even in the earlier discussions about comparatively, the Southeasterners have done relatively well for themselves. And comparatively, remember, Nigerians are not doing well generally, including Southwest, South, all of them. But comparatively, if you look at life expectancy, look at GDP, education, name it, it seems to be at the top tier of the 6 geopolitical zone. They tend to compete very well with the Southwest. Some areas they even surpass the Southwest. So when you hear some of the complaints a lot of them make every Sunday here, you begin to wonder. That's what led me to this point. It was the Oba of Benin that opened my eyes to this, when he was talking to some British people regarding the returned artifacts. Then he said something to them that his throne, the throne of his parents, used to be from where he was sitting to the office of the governor. That's how large their palace was. I was like, wow, so people have really paid the price for Nigeria. Then I thought about some of the stuff Southeasterners talk about. Like, but they cannot say the same, that they've suffered a reverse in Nigeria. And that's what led to this point whereby we are having a conversation. I couldn't have predicted this type of conversation we had, that the Southeasterners are doing better than a lot of groups in Nigeria as we speak. Even the case when they mentioned Lagos, you can't see Yoruba people in the Southeast doing the same thing in their region. In other words, they've expanded, they've progressed more than most people. So, but maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. What am I saying? So please, what do you make of it?
You keep turning me off. Anyway, good evening. Good evening, everybody. I've been listening again, and I at the beginning, I didn't really understand or enjoy what we were talking about necessarily. I missed both of the shows earlier today, and was happy that Forefathers was doing a continuum of the shows. And then listening again, many things I agree with what one or two people have said. Chim, I think, spoke pretty well defensively. Not everything I agreed with. He spoke pretty well. I massively agreed with, and I was waiting for you to offer Wessie the mic, because he always comes here and teaches us something. He taught us a lot about patience. I can't believe the way he was just being patient there, man. You guys, after speaking about, criticizing Forefathers for not moving on, everyone who spoke, just increased their time and didn't care about the next person, Chim, who was coming on. He did that very well. There's a way we've got to understand how we are very hypocritical as a people, as a nation. The Igbos have always fared well in Nigeria, and it's been down to their own strength, energy, intelligence. Always. Before Nigeria was Nigeria, in terms of the independence, the Igbos were striving. They did it within a generation, from no education to the highest educated. They did it in one generation. If you look in history, I look in history, not to be rhetorical, or to be boasting about this or that. You look at the history, it's there. But because there are people like Pansat, who nobody who is Igbo ever questions or justifies in the rubbish rhetoric that he speaks. I love Pansato. Don't get me wrong. Pansat is a great individual. I love him. Having said that, the amount of rubbish that you people allow him to speak is just beyond. And this is the major issue with Igbo people. It's like you allow your nonsense, but everybody else's nonsense, you want to point it out, and you want everybody. The thing is, there's a way that we must do things. Like, it really is to look at our own people's rubbish, because there's not one Nigerian group that doesn't contain rubbish. And then we have to find out who is the one that contains the most rubbish, because it's rubbish, and I'm not gonna be licking anybody's ass when it's rubbish. I'm not going to do that. and start saying, the Igbos are the most, the Igbos are rubbish, really, rubbish.
Hey, easy now, easy with the language, please.
No.
This is festive season. There are young
Please,
people at home.
you gotta do festive season. I don't believe in it. You get me? I'm throwing that out. Rubbish. Don't
But
come
there
to
are
me.
young people at home.
Do not come to me with this thing, please. If you want to believe in childishness, keep it to yourself. Don't bring it to my station.
But it can't
please.
be swearing though.
I didn't swear. I didn't swear once.
Oh, I thought you
Not
swore.
once.
Though.
Oh God. You see,
it's all right. It's all right. I thought you swore.
I didn't
So
swear.
you were saying rubbish that you said something else.
But I don't want you to be petty. Please don't be petty. You know,
I'm
you
not
like
being petty. I'm just trying to.
but you like these kind of arguments that are off the scale. They're not necessary. They're
Please
not.
go ahead.
Thank you very much. What our guy said, I beg your pardon, I'm mispronouncing his name now. What he said, thank you, very important to me. The fact that we have to understand that we are a third world country for true. We don't have a philosophy. We don't choose a philosophy. We don't choose to have a philosophy. What we have is idiocy and tribalism. That's what we have. And that is our modus operandi. That's how we operate. We operate within these lines. They're rubbish. They're not real lines. There's nothing real in them. Apart from what is your culture, what is your ethnicity, what is your tribe offering into the Nigerian pot. This is what's important. The thing, there is no one who can say, if they are Nigerian, that the Igbos aren't being squeezed. Nobody. Why aren't there ports right across our coastline? They're important. They were there before. The Portuguese gained entrance. The Portuguese didn't reach Lagos first. They passed Lagos because they have to. They reached Sapele and the Shekiri and Ijale areas. That's where they first took root in that place called Nigeria. Those are the first people that they met. They didn't meet Lagosians first. They met Shekiri and Ijale people before. Just because, and when you look at the shape of the coast where these regions are met, you will bump into them, right? If you're going straight, you're going to bump into that particular geographical space. If you look at Nigeria and the philosophy it should have.
Jegun, talk about now. Don't talk about that time you don't know. You want to even come that time. You're talking about how many years ago?
Very
talk
ugly
about what happened now, not many years ago.
Easy.
Let that guy
take
shut
it
up
easy.
now. I haven't got time for his rubbish.
Shut up. Just talk.
If I give you a slap,
Jagu, just ignore him. Kosan is not okay. It's on medication. Leave him, please.
Oh, come on, man. Why are we this unkind?
Were you born many years ago?
I did not interrupt him. He interrupted me. Very silly individual, but it's not his fault, as AY said. What I'm trying to put to us philosophically is that if we followed the philosophy that is actually us as a people.
Your audio is playing up now.
Yeah, you see, these people don't mess me up again. Can you hear me still? Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Better, okay. The philosophy of Pan-Africanism. Now, I'm not saying Pan-Africanism is the answer to all our questions. I'm not saying that. But we haven't really entertained that arena. The arena that we have entertained is the arena of education and the European West's way of life. That's what we have encouraged in Nigeria. And it's bamboozled us. It's made us more stupid than we were originally. What I'm saying is that the East, again, not just through Nnamdi Azikiwe, because he was a Pan-Africanist, not just through him, but through a lot of what has happened with the East. They are still the people who hold a vestige of that Pan-Africanism. It's only quite an oxymoron for me that they also somehow backslide away from that. And because of frustration of the Nigeria that we live in, and the understanding of this, that they also want out. They want out. And if you want out, I feel in my own self that that's away from the Pan-Africanism that you speak of. I speak of this Pan-Africanism because it is clear for all of us that Nigeria does not stand up as a state that loves Africanism. In terms of what's going on recently, what's going on now in Nigeria. And it's not because we have a Yoruba president. He's an idiot. He's somebody who doesn't understand fair play. He's somebody who doesn't want to bring Nigeria as a whole up. We can see this. It's not because he's Yoruba. It's because he's an idiot. Simple. We don't have to start doing this sword fencing about tribe all the time. If somebody's doing something wrong, why don't we just call it out? Call it what it is. Before we start saying, nah, it's a typical Yoruba, it's a typical Igbo. This is how we speak. And it doesn't get us anywhere. It actually gets us nowhere. So when you speak about the Igbos and whether or not they have benefited from the position of Nigeria governmentally, I will tell you no, that they haven't. But I will tell you that that's the state of most Nigerians. That's the state of most Nigerians. We haven't benefited from the government. We haven't. We've only benefited from the individuals within our groups who have sacrificed to bring us up, and we have benefited from the individual strength of the individual Nigerian that have done what they can do to bring themselves and maybe their small village up to standards. These are the things I have seen. I want to begin by saying this, that you put a question to me, forefather, that said, what the Igbos have done in Lagos is fantastic. It's a push. Tell me who we are.
Your audio is playing up again.
Okay, sorry about that. It's not my
Better
fault.
now.
Okay. If the Yorubas were in Igbo land in the same numbers, would they have done the same? No, they wouldn't have done the same. They would have done differently because the Yorubas are different. So what they would have done in there would have been like magnificent, if not more so, than what oppositely has been achieved by the Igbos. Because we think differently. We think differently. And if you see, people always talk about the Igbo magnificence in terms of business. I would agree that they have trade employees, but the other way is different. Well, instead of building individual businesses necessarily, we build conglomerates, we build institutions in a way that is different than any other Nigerian. We do things completely differently. We don't really try to understand the gifts that other people have. We speak rhetorically. Sorry about my pronunciation there. In terms of, because an example, it means that this is everything. People think that Igbos are all over Nigeria, the best Nigeria. That's rubbish. They're all over Nigeria because of circumstantial things that are taking place across Nigeria. That's why most go-getters or anything like that. No, that's a Nigerian way of putting things into the polity, into the consciousnesses of people. It's another way of lying. It's propaganda. It's rubbish. It is rubbish. We don't like telling ourselves the truth.
Thank you.
And
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Issue.
Let me bring in I think it's a Revolution Now. Thank you for joining us, Revolution Now.
I'll be very brief,
I know you.
Nah, nice try. I came in before him and I've been waiting.
Oh, you came in before him. Okay.
No, I didn't see when I didn't see him.
You didn't see. That's your problem. If you didn't see it, I came in before you.
Okay, you are the one talking. Sorry. But I just want to be brief and get out. Anyway, carry on.
All right, good. All right, good.
Yes, she's a musician, you see, and
thank you. I speak the truth. I'll be very brief. Thank you for giving me your turn. Something I was listening, enjoying the whole conversation and the fight and everything, until one brother came in with I forgot his name. He had this beautiful hat with a.
They don't like you.
He made all the points that I wanted to hear from somebody.
Is it the educated
and he mentioned one point that I've been saying in this platform that most educated people, they just went to school to graduate as mathematicians, but they are not really educated. I think that guy has stressed that point. People think it's an insult, like Brother Tony. It's not that there's no morality in the education. That's what I'm trying to point out. We know say you get double BSc. You like a brother came today. There was a big man today during the Dr. Damezi's show. You know me, I know they close my mouth. Some people go say in a basket mouth. But when he was talking, he was lying down, hiding himself. But I tried to put him up and he rose up and we started seeing his face. Then this one guy from one Islamist that normally comes here recently started saying that he should go back to that position. As far as can you imagine that somebody corrected himself and another person is telling us that the man should go back, he will be speaking and we don't see his face.
Yeah, that's what it was.
When he starts speaking, you will find out that he's quite educated, this guy I'm talking about. You will find out say he go school. But the school where he go now to speak English, but does he have manners? This brings me to your point of today. Whether the Igbos, if I'm correct, what the topic we are talking about, who is faring better? Is it the Igbos or the Northerners or the Westerners? I don't know what's, I think that's what.
Yeah, the idea is that are the Igbos, doing better than other groups in Nigeria?
Let me tell you now, all groups in Nigeria are doing better. But if you know, the Igbos like to argue that, I'm an Igbo man. I'm not among them all. But most people will tell you, anywhere you go in this world or in Nigeria and you don't see an Igbo man, get out there. That's what they used to say. In any way, they are trying to tell you that they can survive even from the smallest thing. We have had that all over and again and again. But if you look at Nigeria from the point of view where I come from, street boy struggling by yourself, we have everybody there. You have Yoruba guys struggling. You have a Calabar guy struggling. You have Bini guys struggling. The only people I don't see is the Hausas or the Fulanis. But the rest part of Nigerians, you see them in the battlefield struggling. So I don't make an exception. Why is the Igbos? Spare part business in Lagos, when you go there, you will see Yoruba boys who have spare part businesses too. You see them have their shop. Maybe the Igbos are more, but you will see Bini guy will get his own spare part too. He did there. Calabar guy gets his own spare part. He's there. But maybe the suppliers might be the Igbos because the Igbos have a tactics. They put money together and bring in a container and they sell. Maybe that is where you will see that maybe they are different. But for me as a Nigerian, I will never break up Nigeria because we know the problem of Nigeria. The problem of Nigeria is that level of indiscipline. Nigerians are highly indisciplined, whether north, south, east, and west. We don't respect nothing, especially when you have an upper hand in that country. You can do anything, no consequences, nothing, whether south or whether north or whether Igbo. I have spent many years of my life spending money, spending time studying Nigerians. You might think I'm crazy. Sometimes I will just leave my job, go to one part of the world, enter, disguise myself. I've said it here 3 times, just to study how Nigerians behave. The first thing you will identify a Nigerian with, they don't respect nobody, whether Yoruba man, whether Naibo, whether Hausa. Especially if the man gets upper hand, even woman ain't worse pass. If you see a woman will get money, a Nigerian, if they deal with you, you will hate yourself. So what we are saying is, I don't want Nigeria to divide. I will continue to say it. Most of my Igbo brothers are not happy with me when I say this. The problem of Nigeria is not division. It's our character. Who are we? How do we live our life? Thank you. Good night, brothers.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Well done.
Nice one, revolution.
Nice one. It's always been straight with people.
Revolution. You continue waiting for this revolution until 1 million years.
Concerns. Is there nothing?
This revolution, we wait for it for 1 million years.
Is there nothing you going to reply to concerns?
You need rest.
The guy is angry, man. Welcome.
People talk. People just carry that nonsense head. Go out from there. Carry the nonsense head. If people are having good head, you carry nonsense head. Put your head. Revolution. Even in Nigeria, they can protest.
Go and take your medication and get some sleep. Get some sleep.
Oh my God. Anyway, so yeah, hello everybody. Yeah, Papa was just. Now you go ahead. You can reiterate. You can say what you.
So the idea is that Southeasterners are doing relatively well. If you look at the matrix, education, life expectancy, and wealth, everything compared to development, compared to fellow Nigerians and different regions, they seem to be doing relatively well. And because when you hear the conversation here every Sunday, it doesn't seem to reflect that at all. So what do you make of it?
I think and with all due respect, I think that's a preposterous statement. And I would understand why people would push back. Because even me, I just think it's an insulting statement. Because if you try to look at the level of development Nigeria as a whole, regardless of what part you're from, has reached in the last 6 years compared to the amount of resources that the country has generated, what development are we talking about? Now, this is why I'm on the side of Mr. Owesi and my man Revolution Now that just spoke. Now, if you are satisfied with mediocrity, or if you're satisfied at going at a snail's pace while your contemporaries are moving at cheetah speed, I understand why you would even think that any part of Nigeria, more so the Southeast, has achieved any kind of development, and I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm saying which they should be happy or grateful for. No part of Nigeria has enjoyed anything. So I don't even think that's something we should be discussing. I think that's a non-topic. We shouldn't even be talking about.
Do you think that maybe you misunderstand the topic? Because the idea was
no, not at all.
It's not. Hold on. The idea was
comparative to what?
It's not about compared to other regions like South, Southwest, North.
Compared to rubbish, I'm still saying the same thing.
Compared to rubbish. One rubbish is one than the other rubbish. Don't you think?
Well, it's all rubbish. So you cannot say, for example,
you're not engaging in the conversation, because the point is that one side is saying our rubbish is like so bad compared to the other people's rubbish, but the other people's rubbish seems worse. That's my point.
They're all garbage. Like I said, I think you're still not listening to me. I'm saying it is a non-topic.
That man is just want to talk garbage and nonsense, rubbish. Give this man, Mr. Solomon, to talk. That man doesn't come to talk. Anything about Igbo is that man don't like anything about Igbo. Leave Mr. Solomon to talk. Leave that man from I don't know.
Does this guy
one person? Is that name?
Is he drunk or is he just is he drunk or is he just uneducated? Doesn't he understand what I just said? Like, he doesn't understand anything I said.
Doctor, you understand it? You understand it? You see,
is it okay to mute him?
Come on here, my friend.
I speak the truth. Just go on with your views. Forget about anything.
Yeah, thank you. So well, I got thrown off. So that's what I'm saying. That there's no part of Nigeria that has achieved any level of development. They haven't gained anything from the rest of from the government. So I don't even see. There's nothing to compare. And again, I'm going to say I still think it's an insulting statement. And I know that might not be your intention. I don't even think that's your intention. But to say, well, have the Igbos gained compared to what? What do we life expectancy? Life expectancy in the whole of Nigeria is about 50-something years old.
Yeah,
Economically, what?
but most of them are 60 years. You see that most of the states are almost
Would you like to
50
die at
years.
6 years old?
Come on, man. You understand the point I'm making. Don't act as if you don't understand the
But
point.
that's
It's
what
not
I'm saying.
about
So I'm saying it's a non-point. It's a
okay. If you
non-discussion.
don't want to
And
engage
I
with it, then
respect.
that's fine.
To be
I
statistically
am
relevant.
engaging in it. What'd you say, Tim?
They are too marginal to be statistically relevant.
Thank you.
They're
That's
not
what
that marginal, actually.
go back
10 years,
to something
10 years,
more
15 years
important.
gap in life
So,
expectancy is quite significant. It's not necessarily marginal.
So I want to go back. There was something Tim said, and we discussed this before. Go at it. I think at some point we'll have eye to eye.
Your audio is
Right?
going in and out. Your audio is going in
Your
and out.
volume is in and out.
All right, hold on. Let me get this.
Are you in Zambesa Forest?
Yeah, it's Zambesa.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry for that. So there's something I want to discuss with Shim, and I think we've talked about it maybe 3 or 4 times, but I always bring it up every time I hear anybody talk about it. And it's an issue of alleviating the poverty in the North, and specifically education. So I will always say this, because even if Nigeria was to split today, the North, without being developed, or, well, maybe not developed, but at least poverty reduced and educational level increased, will be a ticking time bomb to the south of Nigeria. Now, I do understand, Tim, that maybe the northern leaders should have done better with the funds accrued from Nigeria, that most of them actually pilfered and kept in their own private bank account. Maybe they should have done something, right? Or not maybe, they should have done something. But the point is they never did. They didn't do it. Now, if we're to say, for example, if Nigeria was to split today, we're just going to leave them uneducated, backwards, not as developed as the southern part of Nigeria, especially with the kind of resources that the South is endowed with. You cannot just leave a hungry man on your doorstep. You're inviting trouble. And at some point, that poor man, that hungry man, is going to bum rush your house, kick down the doors, come in through the window, and do what he got to do, get into your pantry and your kitchen. So this is what I always say. Just as much as the Southeast is advocating for better infrastructure, which the entire parts of Nigeria need, right? But just as the Southeast needs better infrastructure, the North has to, the federal government has to probably declare a state of emergency all over the country for education for kids between the ages of 3 and 18, but with special emphasis on the North, because there is a problem. It is brewing. It needs to be taken care of, just like every other aspect that we have pinpointed as problem, and we cannot just keep letting it fester. For that reason, I think I would respectfully, my brother, go against you whenever you say, well, they should compete on the same level as those in the South. Because I think it would be...
That's me, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, so Forefathers Lawyer, I don't know if I'm allowed to respond before Mr. Shola Solomon comes in.
Do you?
Okay, so the point I'm trying to make, I hear you on that. I hope, I will always say this. I always put this caveat out. And I know why I say this, because there are some conversations that are very touchy. And when they become touchy, unless somebody is really transcendent in the way they think and see things, it becomes a bone of contention. I'm not interested in struggling or fighting with anyone. I just want to have us to have a conversation rationally. We disagree or decide, respectfully and all that. So here's my point. Every Nigerian started on the same footing. When I say this, I mean, it wasn't like a case of the Southerners met the British earlier than the Northerners. No, we all started from the same footing. They conquered our forefathers, brought all of us together and formed us into one country. They had the opportunity of giving all of us the same education. Do you understand what I'm saying? Some parts, listen, the southeastern part of the world of Nigeria struggle to receive Western education. Don't think we just embraced it easily. We didn't. If you go read Chinua Achebe's Arrow of God, you will see it there that the Southeast resisted Western education for a while because they had their way of training their children. Those who eventually began to enjoy Western education were actually what we refer to as the outcast people in the Southeast. If you know that history, people we refer to as the Osus. Because they were outcasts, they had no choice. They had to begin to accept this foreigner that was welcoming them in. That's why you find if you go to places like Imo State, a lot of the educated people in those places are the Osus, not the real Wadialas, as they are called. Now, the point I'm trying to make is this. A group chose the kind of education they wanted. They made a conscious effort. They said they wanted an Islamic type of education. The southern country eventually embraced Western education. Now, down the line, someone says he is educationally disadvantaged. My question to that person is, who disadvantaged you? Was that my choice? You can't, the Black American can say consciously he is disadvantaged. It was a policy of state to disadvantage him. Slavery-wise, Jim Crow, all of those things, intentionally, you kept the Black man in America at bay. So if the government decides to say, okay, let's create some corridor to let these guys catch up, I can understand that one. I will repeat it again. I can understand it. Not just because I'm a Black person, but because it's evidently clear that that's what should be done. But that's not the case in Nigeria. What is happening in Nigeria is, while you're trying to get these other people to catch up, you're intentionally putting in policies to hold the other groups down. That's a fact.
We shouldn't happen.
We shouldn't happen, no.
Right.
So my angst is, help them come up, but don't stop me from climbing.
Right.
That's the point I'm making, that and any Southerner who wants to be honest, not the ones who are trying to pander to politics, can agree to say, listen.
Right. I think that makes sense. But I'm just saying, in uplifting entire Nigeria, right, we have to pinpoint critical problems that are, I don't know, stereotypical, not that are prevalent in a certain region.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So if we know that education is the problem in the north, we'll focus on that. If we know that infrastructure is the problem in the southeast, we build more railroads, more seaports, more industries. If we know that in the southwest we got the same problem, then we're doing the same thing down there. Is what I'm saying.
Let me end on this. I live in Canada. I think Shala lives in Canada too, right? Okay. So Shala knows that if you let everything run the way it is, Eastern Canada will enjoy everything. Am I correct? Because one, it's more cosmopolitan. Everybody seems to move towards that area. But here's what the government is doing intentionally. You find that places like Nova Scotia, there are intentional, specific government establishment they put in those places. So if you want to work there, you might need to relocate to that place. You come to the West, either Alberta, where I live, or even British Columbia, there are certain things, it's intentional, because otherwise everything will move towards Toronto and Montreal. They intentionally spread these things to make sure the country there's this feeling of belongingness. They still have their issues. Western Canada still struggles to believe they are part of Canada, but the government is making an effort. I can be honest with you about that. The Nigerian government...
I've lived in Canada before. I've moved there twice.
Okay, but the Nigerian government doesn't do the same thing. Let's be honest.
Right.
See Kaduna alone, like we said. Do you know how many institutions sit in Kaduna? Military installations alone. So if you're going to join the Nigerian army, you must go to Kaduna. It's as if you're forced to move that direction. But in Canada here, you see people serving in the borders of Vancouver. You find people in the west. They are all scattered all over. Even in Yukon, which is practically a no man's land, cold region, you will be sent somewhere there. Let's begin to make every part of this country feel a sense.
That's what we need to start doing. But it's going to take a collective effort from all of us.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't require a collective effort. It just requires sensible men. Sensible men. Just
excuse me. Let's leave Mr. Solomon to speak.
Hold on. Everybody, hold on.
You're nice talking to you, Chief.
Now, you see, thank you, one brain cell. It looks like you are one of my brain cells. So, one of my brain cells is all of him. Basically, it's all good. Clearly, he didn't even answer the question, but it's okay. If they ask people, when they ask somebody a question, and it's like people that say they don't see color. Oh no, I don't see color. Everybody is equal. I treat people equally. When you are busy maltreating one side badly, you say you don't see color. We were asking a question about comparative here, and completely disagree.
No, but I did answer it. I did say there's nothing to compare. The Southeast has not gained anything, and there's nothing to compare. It's just comparing like a rotten apple and a rotten mango. That's basically what you're doing. I'm not.
So let me show you something that is quite significant. I don't know why. It's okay. Even if there is little to compare.
For that researcher.
Yeah, you have to now. You have to do this thing because you have to be data to back up what we are saying here. Look at Southeastern states, and if you look at this, let me show you one of them here. Let's say, oh no, I don't want to go out of there. Look at Enugu, 60. That's basically almost 62 if you round it up. Look at Jigawa.
Please don't repeat yourself. Please. This is time taking.
Jago, don't do that, please. Don't do that.
It's not don't do that. You're repeating yourself.
Jago, go and sleep. Jago, go and sleep.
So as you can see, the figure here is showing, look at that, 45 for the males, life expectancy. That is a big gap, 15 years gap in one nation. You can't tell us if that doesn't exist.
What table is this?
One side is being better than the other, clearly. And when people try to highlight this thing, and you know why it's even more important to highlight it? Because the ones that are doing better are the ones complaining that they are not getting anything. That's why it's relevant to highlight the point.
Well, what is that list for? Is it a NITRI test or jam life? What was it for?
No, that's for life expectancy.
Oh, life expectancy. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess.
It's not your turn. It's not your turn.
No, I'm not talking. I want to just ask you a question before Shola goes on. If you want to ask, somebody is asking a question. I don't know what he's asking. Is it A Peace Forever 942 says, give us an example of such policies? I don't know what he's talking about. If he wants to tell us what exactly he's talking about, then we can respond. Sorry for that. Shola can go and speak.
Be specific. I think, Tim, you have acquitted yourself quite well. You've engaged quite, well with the conversation, not unlike some people like concerns, but it's all right. Welcome, Solomon.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. So, what do you make of the topic?
Yeah, thank you very much, and I respectfully salute everybody. And I've been listening to everybody at the background, and I think I'm learning and gaining a lot from you guys. Irrespective of your stand, we're all working together to make our country great. So I kind of cherish all your inputs. That said, I want to say that generally, all parts of Nigeria are actually improved, but perhaps we will argue the speed will be the question. Are we really improving at the speed expected? Because when you do research, when you say, okay, in 5 years, I want to be at social point. In 10 years, I want to be at social point. Now, are we using those tools to assess our growth and speed? And that is where the debate will come. Now, the Southwest, the Southeast, the North, perhaps when we say the speed of the North might be the slowest, vis-a-vis the population, the fertility rate. There are more population, which will dilute the amount of education and the progress they are making. That will not be the problem, the issue with the people in the South, where the fertility rate is not as high as those ones in the North. So by and large, we will say that there's improvement for everybody. We're better off, because if you look at the education, the quality of life, the awareness, and the exposure, that we have achieved over the years. It's not like before, when you and I we can't actually have this kind of opportunity to speak to each other and to learn from one another like this. So generally, we have all improved, but the speed is what we're gonna do is the question. Now, having said that, and the same way that we have improved, the same way the corruption has also gotten worse. So both ways, you know what I mean? There's some improvement, but what of corruption is getting worse. A lot of, say that again? Yeah, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Are you saying corruption has improved too?
No. I said either way, no corruption. No, it's getting worse. A lot of people.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's a kind of divergent, improvement, and that one is just kind of snow diving. I mean, the corruption. Now, having said that, so I talk about the speed, which is what we'll question and begin to debate. Now, there's something I want to say I know concern missions of, and I respect your view, and I respect what you have said. It's based on your own experience. But when I was in Nigeria, I was doing my residency in OAU in Ife. I know that we have community support. Now, that is Southwest, because sometimes we focus on Lagos alone, thinking that everything that all the Southwest people are enjoying is what Lagosians are enjoying. No, Lagos is different. When you move up north, we call that Waraoke. When you move up north, it's not the same thing. I remember when our transformer got broken, and we have to contribute to buy transformer for my area. We also have to contribute to get vigilante to work for us at that time. And I remember in my own community too, we are what you call community primary schools. These are all efforts by the community people to put down schools for the populace, for the community people. We also have community secondary school, high school. These are all the efforts of the community try to put education in place for their people. So I don't think we should look at it in the way that everything is, because when you look at individual experience, you find out that the Southeast, and I respect of you, you're not left alone. What you are suffering, other people are also suffering it. Perhaps might be in different magnitude. But I just want to let you know that we also suffer that.
Those people, they don't like to contribute for anything. You see why? It doesn't contribute for anything for those people. And where the other group, they don't help each other. But I think you are right, though, in terms of people.
Sorry, forefather, is AY from Benin or is he from Zamfara?
He's from Edo.
Not from Zamfara?
He's from Edo. See, the point is that I think what you are saying there is true of almost every part of Nigeria, because like I know of a case where the estate, something got damaged in the estate, power supply or water. They will ask the people that live in the estate to contribute to it. Even if they are paying their rent, they are doing everything, they will ask them to pay to help that thing, they will get that thing sorted out. So it's almost as if everybody is at it in Nigeria. Everybody is catering for themselves. So please go ahead, Shola.
Even though I don't support that, the government should be responsible to play our roles. Unfortunately, they're not. And that's where we come in. All of us in diaspora that are educated, we have people back home that listen to us. All of us cannot go home and stage a looter or anything like that, but we can continue to engage them, educate them on good governance, how to vote and what to do. And they listen to us. Now, Chima, I respect your view and I actually listen to you most of the time. I think you are very, very intelligent. I like that. But one thing about the Igbo people is that I have them as friends all over. And one thing, they're very industrial, very hardworking. They're very innovative. So one thing I know that I know when they get to a place, they can set up their business and they can get things going. You know, but one thing I want you to know is that in the context of the population of Nigeria, even though Nigeria doesn't seem to them they are doing anything for them, but I guess that the population, the fact that there is a population, there's a population for them to render their services to, and that's why they get their income, they get things in return. That population is something that the Igbo should also be thankful for, because I know that once you have a population and you can render your services, you get something in return. It might not be something you expect, it might not be coming the magnitude you want or the speed you want, but it's something we should appreciate so that we will encourage one another. I don't believe that we can, I don't believe that there is power, there is strength in our diversity. So working together, because I have a lot of you as friends, and they have me as friends too. We work together, and we don't see in this part of the world, and people in my own profession, we don't see ourselves as Igbo, Yoruba. No, in fact, we work together, we support each other, we make sure we don't let each other down. So we should continue that spirit to.
Yeah, we know that's a diaspora behavior. When we go in diaspora, we do that, but when we are back home, we don't do that.
I have a lot of them as friends, even my wife.
No, shall I agree with you?
No, but that's not true though. Even back home, I never saw that. I just started.
So I speak the truth. The average Nigerian, when he goes anywhere,
yeah.
I was living with Hassan in anywhere now, and it's only Hassan I see. Even if I was prejudiced towards a Kanuri man, Hassan becomes my brother. He is the only person I know. But when we go back to this our enclave, we become enemies. I don't understand it. Why?
But maybe it's a jealous love.
I think the point you are making is
I'm always a brother to every African. But
why are you swinging with your phone? What's going on with your phone? Like he's moving it or he's not talking.
He is in Zambesa forest.
How about this? I'm using my hands.
Chola, I think Chola's touched on something that I thought maybe I should highlight. Like, is it tribal or religious division that will be harder to bridge? Which one will be harder to bridge? I fear it's the religious one that will be harder to bridge in Nigeria than the tribal one. Because tribally, we already married intermarried, but the religious one, sometimes it can get very strident, especially in the north. So it's something that maybe we'll debate that some other time.
I believe, forefather, if I may add to that.
Depends on the part of the country.
The highest thing to breach is the political anomalies. That is the highest thing. Everything can be worked out if the politics was right. We can speak about the religion.
It's just comparing those two, between tribe and religion. When you compare the two, which one is harder to breach?
Well, I think when we do that, we buy into the misunderstandings of the problems. What you mentioned are the problems. There are. However, they are enforced in growth because of the political violence of the country. If the political violence of the country was free and fair and people behaved towards the law, half of these things that we have as problems would be gone.
True.
Do you think in Nigeria right now, let's assume 80% of Nigerians of working age were duly employed. Do you think Nigerians would care about Muslim, Christian? They probably wouldn't even care about God too much. So the problem is the poverty, the hunger, the unemployment, and the more the economic situation gets better, the educational
of Nigeria, that's the problem also.
Right. So the educational level gets better, and then they have critical thinking comes into play. A lot of things that they see now, like Ewisu was saying, that makes them just 1 second. So the things that make them look like really backward third world people will not come into play when you can. It's hunger. Solve the hunger, solve the education, and a lot of these things is not going to be happening.
But let me make a point here. See, the problem again Nigeria have now. Let me tell you.
Sorry. I think it's Niger Bahala.
Let me please, Father, let me add something there.
You have to beg Niger Bahala. You see, you have to beg him.
Father, I want to say something, please.
Yeah.
Okay. You know the problem again Nigeria have. The way that Muslims. The way Muslims treat Christians in Nigeria is bad. Mostly the government. The government treat the Muslims as higher than the Christians. They respect them so much. If a Muslim do something today and the Christian do the same thing, a Christian will be punished and that Muslim will not be punished. That's the problem. You see, that's the problem we have in Nigeria today. It's not only about bad government and all this infrastructure and so on and so. But the problem again is that
Sambo Dasuki was from where?
What?
Sambo Dasuki was what? Christian, or he was?
Look at the way you talk. Sambo Dasuki is one person. What of Gumi? What of food? What of others? There are many.
Kosa, are you comparing that?
Okay, Gumi is one person too.
What?
I think the question you asked.
Kosa, go asleep.
You have to look at Nigeria. The
allow Shola to finish now, please.
The tribal one will be a factor in the all over Nigeria. However, the regional one will be more strong, effective in the north, because the southwest, I don't think we are going to fight on religion. Because
no, Southwest will never fight on religion.
We won't do that. In the southwest, in the southeast, I don't
Southeast
think
too, religion will be strong.
But Mr. Solomon, the Yorubas who are Muslims support evil too much. Like the people in South who are a Muslim, they support evil too much. More than the Christians.
We are not going to kill ourselves based on religion. We are married. In my family, we have Muslims in my family, and we kind of flow together. I go to mosque, they go to church. We don't worry about that.
The entire old western region will not have a religious problem. From Delta to Lagos, there will be no religious problem. Now, the north and the southeast, I cannot say.
When you see a Yoruba Christian talk, he talk very good. But when you see a Yoruba Muslim talk, he support evil. That's the fact.
That kind of statement is just idiotic. Idiotic statement. I don't know why people should speak like this.
Jagu, you're very stupid. You're very stupid, Jagu.
My stupidity. Thank you. Can you just let him know that my stupidity is more than his whole intelligence of his whole family?
It's okay. Can we just try to? Okay, let's concern speak. I think everybody has had their say. Then support the actual voting will speak. They will round up, you know.
But forefathers, a point to make though. Somebody wrote it down there. This Dan Isaiah or whatever said it there. MC Oluomo threatened an entire tribe and race. He wasn't called by the police. Let's not think
that's true. No, that's fair. There's so many things. There's so many injustices that went on in the last election. That's for sure. And
yeah, but it's not a tribal. It's not a religious thing. It's just like Kwam One, for example, stood in front of a plane and wouldn't let the plane move. But no, Tim, I'm on your side. I'm saying,
okay.
Kwam One stood in front of a plane, same like MC Oluomo. They threaten people because their man is in power. It wasn't because of a religious thing or tribal affiliation yet, but mainly because my guy's dead. Nothing's gonna happen to him.
Yeah, but that's the point. When we have that kind of system,
so I'm not.
Forefathers question. When we have a system that does not hold people accountable, then you give a sense of injustice.
Right, but I'm saying it's not as a result of I'm just letting him slide because he's from my tribe or we practice the same creed. This is the clarification I'm trying to make. It's not because he's Muslim or both of them was Muslim, or I've heard MC Oluomo, me and AY was laughing about this. AY, Remember we were saying he saw the surah. He couldn't recite it.
Yeah.
He was just and he ran off. You know what I'm saying? So this he couldn't. I said he couldn't recite. You know, Nas he couldn't recite. So I'm just saying, like, it wasn't because of religion or tribe. It was just because my dude is dead and ain't nothing happening to him.
MC Aluma is working for his money, Chief. He's working for his money.
It's like Jago fall my hand when it comes to Yoruba. Like, he fall my hand yesterday. We were trying to get Jago to speak Yoruba. He was struggling. All right, let's bring
Forefather, why you send him to the back now? Why did you send Jago? Jago insulted me first. Why didn't you send back him to the back?
Oh,
you should have heard the full insult.
Apologies.
You're supposed to check. That's why I used to say. Why didn't you send Jago to the back?
Good night. Apologies, concerns. You know, this is Christmas season.
Apologize. You never used to apologize to me when you did that to me. Why are you apologizing?
What did I do to you? You came here instead of talking, start insulting Passat. Passat is not his.
Okay, I'm gonna put you back. Say if you carry on like this. Okay, let's bring a Bahala in.
Oh,
Say
finally.
Bahala.
No problem. Who was telling me to go and sleep? Was it Ewa?
No, not you. Concerns is the one I need to sleep.
Okay.
Yeah, he needs to go take his medication.
What is going on with your camera? It's really moving a lot.
You see, Forefather, you see that that big boy with the big head is insulting me now.
Concerns, go take your medication. A doctor is here. I will tell him to help you.
Ancestor, forefathers are calling you ancestor now because I believe that that suits you more. You try a lot handling this kind of platforms. It's not easy, man. Damn. Okay. Let's start. The reason why I came on is the other guy. This revolution. The guy that keeps dreadlocks. And Bible life like Ovier.
Yes.
Yeah, and he actually talked about me, and then he misrepresented me essentially because what had happened was when Rudolph was the man was not even a guest in the program, right? The guest who was supposed to come did not get to come, so Rudolph improvised. And then the man said he was tired and that he's practiced law for 50 years and all that. And then, but a lot of people kept complaining that he needed to sit up so that they can see him and all that. And when the man sat up, and I actually saw him, and I saw a very old, fragile man. Now, Revolution now has every right to say if he doesn't care whether he's old or not, that he should, conform to whatever everyone is doing. But you see, this is the difference fundamentally from a philosophical point of view, from where I see things. I actually want to help elders. I want to ease their life. I want to see them. If I see a woman,
Sorry, Bahala. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. No, I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just talking about there is this movement that is going on with your camera that could make people feel woozy. So you may want to keep your device still. And that way, yes.
If his camera is shaking, you also be shaking your head to balance it. Stop complaining. Let him talk.
I bet you no best for me.
Only come on with that copy.
Now, China, they go I don't get which is not that.
Continue with your voice that is needed.
So you're using your hand to hold it. Aye, that's hard.
Yes, now. Okay, so that was the reason why essentially that I did that. I believe you mean and the fervor, the heart, the courage to change things, especially things that concerns, the way we live our life in this country, how we engage with each other and all that. I don't think it's something that you come online and boast of it and leave afros or dreadlocks and curse people and shout at them. That is not how you influence people and you make people change. It's a strategic hard work, that you need to bring in stakeholders, you need to talk to people who disagree with you, you need to bridge the gap and find common ground. Now, somebody who thinks, and that's the problem with westernization, and I keep arguing that a lot of Southerners think of us in the North as if they're somehow superior. While no matter how many PhDs you have or a professor that you have, there's something wrong in you if you are not grounded in a moral philosophy that guides the way you interact with the world, that gives you some sort of humility, some sort of ability not to be arrogant, not to think of, okay, if I have so amount of money, that is it, then I'm done. A lot of Southerners think the amount of money in your bank account is somehow your value. and that is fundamental difference from the kind of philosophy that exists in the North. There is contentment. Don't get me wrong. A lot of Northerners want money too. Everybody wants money, but it is not the start and the end of life. The goal is for happiness, for community and brotherhood, not this individualistic, cutthroat, people living alone, having suicidal thoughts, things like that, depressed. This is not what we think as progress. Okay, so life is a balance, and yes, the North is not as rich as the South, but the North is a lot happier, if I may say that.
That is, hold on. That's a very, very interesting point you made there. So in one of our metrics, we talked about life expectancy, education, and all the rest. But are you telling me in the happiness index that the North is higher than the South?
Okay, let me make this point. You see, especially when I come to platforms that are Southern dominated, there is a security problem in the North, right? But it is so blown out of proportion. And in Rudolph's show earlier yesterday, a lady came and one elder man counted her. And he said that everything was going on smoothly. Now you can see the dangers of pushing narratives. Yes, there's a problem, but it is not as bad as the Southerners are making it to be. If it was that bad, do you think everything will be moving the way it is moving? Goods and services are going throughout the country. People are still traveling. Don't get me wrong. There are pockets of violence. This is a country that has 250 million people. Of course, if a couple of hundred, and human life is sacrosanct, but if you want to be so analytical and rational, and then you do the numbers and do the probability, okay, put poverty against crime, then you can come to the conclusion, without insulting Islam, without insulting another person's religion, without putting yourself as some kind of moral, some moral superiority, you have some moral superiority, and actually be able to engage with the other side without actually insulting them. Sometimes I think a lot of Southerners do this, but they don't know that they do it. They don't know that they come off as insulting. Maybe that is the case, but that insensitivity, that's one of the hindrances actually moving our discussions forward. And forefathers, I know you one of the people who tries to listen. You listen, you agree with your points, but then you kind of revert sometimes, most times at the end of the day, and you go back to your default settings sometimes. But then at the point of listening, you agree with your points. So I'm going to try to talk about some few things too. I hope you agree and don't go back on them in the future if you are listening.
regarding the happiness, that's the North is happier. That is an interesting point to indicate, because when you say it's not very serious in the North, as most people think, the reason why they take it seriously is because it's not only the casualties that are as a result of the what the insecurity is causing directly. We are talking about IDP camps where people are not going to live very healthy lives, are probably going to have lower life expectancy. We are talking about economic growth that should have saved a lot of lives, that people would die out of poverty. So there's a lot of knock-on effects that are not being taken into account.
Yes, I'm not trying to, minimize the damage. What I'm trying to do is, just paint a picture so that you better understand what it's like here and why you see us do things you don't understand and you end up misinterpreting it the wrong way, and then it snowballs into something different. Look, as regards education, I was listening to somebody saying that the Igbos are the most educated, and that even before the white man came, blah 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 blah. I don't know where to get their history about education and all that. Well, yeah, you can believe what you want to believe, but the fact remains the fact. Okay, the educated ones in Nigeria are first the Northerners, then the Southwesterners, then the Igbos, and the Southerners. Yes, we can say that today, as of today, the Igbos, no, I would say the Southerners are better. I would say the Igbos only. I would say the Southerners are ahead of the North in terms of Western education. But newsflash: Western education is not the only education. In fact, I would argue that it is only STEM in Western education that I consider even worthy of my time, or any other thing I just think is just a waste of time. Like, there's nothing there that I cannot get elsewhere where I
even STEM had Islam had a lot of hand in how science, mathematics, and all of these things came about that we practice today. So the advent of Islam, the Arabs had a huge hand in how we do mathematics and science today. This is not just Western education, as I said, to bring that out, that Islam made huge contributions to what you call Western education today.
The algorithms that the social the media we're using right now, newsflash too, it was not by Al-Khawarizmi, and it's a corruption of his name by the barbaric Teutonic Anglo-Saxons. That
who is that person you're mentioning? Who is he? Where is he from?
Al-Khawarizmi. I think it was Iraqi or something. Yeah.
He's from Baghdad, the University of Baghdad, the one that was established
Iraq.
500 years before your Cambridge and Harvard and all these things that you Southerners celebrate.
Hold on. Why are we talking about them? We are talking about, and I must say, it's very interesting that.
No. It was just a bit of a diversion. I'm coming back right now to continue where I left off about the Northern Nigeria.
Okay, because that's it. Because I don't know, because you are like trying to say, you are almost sounding defensive. The question is not about the North. It's just saying that the Southeasterners are doing well. There's no need to be defensive and saying that the Northerners are happier, or it's only in Western education that they do better than you.
What is doing well? I think it's relative, don't you think?
It's context based. When you measure life expectancy, measure educational attainment, measure GDP, those sort of things, they are actual values that are useful to calculate how well a society is performing, isn't it, in those areas. So if they are surpassing most regions, you have to acknowledge it.
No, I'll only take one out of all those indices, okay? I'll take life expectancy. And if it is true that life expectancy in the north is far below what it is in the south, then something is wrong, very wrong. But apart from that, and if those numbers show what you're actually relying on, then I think because of the margin of error and actually I don't know what type how they gather the data and all that, it may not even be that different because I have been to practically every part of Nigeria and I always make this point there. I don't see any difference fundamentally from Caesarea and Enugu or Ileife and Dutse. They are just the same. The only place that you go in Nigeria that you see something substantially different is Abuja, Lagos. And that Lagos smells like hell.
For that thing he said about happier, I think when where he was coming from was that's why he mentioned basically capitalism. Like the needs of the South are different from what is needed by the average northerner. So where this average southerner we know is probably more industrious and more I don't want to use the word money hungry because that could sound derogatory, but where the average southerner wants more money, which is what he was saying. The average northerner is satisfied with what you might term little in the South. So his basic needs are met, his food, his housing, his family is okay, his health is okay. He doesn't want to drive 10 Rolls Royces. And this again leads to their belief in Islam. But we can always go into that later, why they have that mentality and that mindset.
And the average northerner.
Before further, let another person speak now. Every time this guy come here, you have to speak more than 3 hours.
Well, let me finish now.
Okay, round up soon.
What is I even know what you say, and I don't even hear what you say.
We're going to be rounding up soon, actually. So.
Okay, make you don't make I disrespect you now. I don't like this kind of thing. I can give it back. Just don't do it, please. I beg you.
I go to examination for that and stay. You give me what?
You see, you have started. You have started. Respect yourself now. All right, fathers. Okay, let me just try and just push my point and get out of here. So people are irritated by seeing me. Sorry for them.
No, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's just constantly irritated by everybody, to be fair. Anybody that speaks is irritated.
You see, what I think about Northern Nigeria, yes, Northern Nigeria is educationally uneven, okay? And what I mean by that is that we're uneven but not inferior. You get what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So when the South outperforms the North on average metrics, okay, literacy rates, okay, enrollments, completion, they not complete in practically everything, and they are at the higher echelon of whatever it is that they decide to complete. Nobody can show us brain power or understanding or anything like that. Yeah, we have underprivileged and we have a lot of children who have been tragically abandoned by the failure of leadership in the North and the elites who have failed to do their duty and all that. Yes, we do have that problem, and we are not the kind of people that bury our problems and then take a vuvuzela and shout about everything. And a real man is not a victim, and he faces the darkness. He looks at himself, he introspects, and does not taking blame and giving it to everybody but not yourself. And you expect that people will take you any seriously. A real man is not like that. At least in my culture, I don't know in other people's culture.
Thank you. It will be nice to have you when you have your phone steady and your audio clearer, so that you can contribute more properly.
He has to be educated on how to use the phone and talk at the same time. Very strange. See, I'm talking and the phone is in my hand, but it's not going like this. Ridiculous, man, ridiculous.
You don't
You
know.
know, if I can quickly say before, thank you, my brother, thank you. If I can quickly say before this guy interrupts, can you shut him down? Yeah, thank you. If I can quickly say, you see, when it comes to education, it's a global thing. It's wait. Arthur's trying to wait now.
Why would you cut me off? Why would you cut me off?
Go to Salvation Forest and stay.
Okay.
You did your thing. Let me finish.
I thought you were done. Okay, use 1 minute.
I was not. You keep giving them to interrupt me, and then okay, you want me to just leave them to be?
I thought it was done. But I thought it was done.
Hold on. See, use 1 minute to round up Bahala.
Better, and I hope nobody interrupts. Thank you. Okay, so what I was saying earlier. In everything, do not compete. When you and if you look at it, how things have happened, a time will come by the sheer volume of our population, okay, and even that percentage, say 30% that go to school from the north, they will double or triple every, southerner that even goes to school at some point. Of course, it's inevitable. If demographic projections remain the way they are, I don't think that is something that anybody would argue that knows the data. Okay, so literacy rates, enrollment, completion, but and do not compete, and most times even outperform the salary. So when you control for history, poverty, insecurity, maybe language barriers, things like that. When you control for those, you are going to find out that the situation is not as stark and as so different from what is obtainable in the Southeast. I've been to the Southeast, I've seen their children hawking, doing mechanics, father, Mondays, Tuesdays, Wednesdays, on weekdays, they are not going to school. Nobody can come and gaslight me here.
This is not against the North. This is about comparing the South. That's all it is. If anything, you are being a little bit too defensive. There's no need for that. Nobody is calling out the North. Let's.
Can I quickly say, forefather?
No, we don't have a lot of time. Then
I know.
Let him have his say. Then maybe you can chime in. Because when he starts looking sideways like this, you have to address him. Welcome, Loco P. So how is everything? I hope the festive season is treating you fine. You're getting ready to celebrate the Christmas. I wish you the happy Christmas and and a happy New Year. How is everything? What do you make of the topic? What do you make of the topic? You are muted.
He's just woken up now.
He's not hearing us at all. Okay, please say what you want to say, Jagon.
Thank you. As far as education is concerned, you see, education is a global thing. When you speak of Western education, you speak about an education that has been taken from all over the world, all over history. So, these things that we quibble about, they're very divorced from the reality. What we know as Western education may be manipulable in ways of educating their populations to go to work. It's a funnel that allows people to work within the society. However, when it comes to the intelligence of education, you will go back and you would experience that a lot of the maths and science does come from the Arab, the Persian world. A lot of the history does also conjoin in this way. For us to start being stupid and depicting what these people gave or what those people gave and where this particular thing came from, it means that we don't know what education is. It means that we don't really educate ourselves. What we do actually is just take whatever education we have and stop there. But education is how to feed yourself. Education is what you do in order to self-improve, to get better, to become more knowledgeable. These ways that we speak are they're ways of splitting our consciences and fighting against it. It's poor. It's poor. I believe it's the devil's work when you behave in that way, like you don't know what it is that you're talking about. Education is global. And in Nigeria, to be frank, the education that we should be having for ourselves, it should change completely. I mean, the way that the education within the what do you call these Muslim schools? I've forgotten. Sorry?
Amajiri.
No, the schools. Masjid. What they have.
No, madrasa. You want to say madrasa?
Whatever.
Masjid is a mosque. Masjid is what madrasa is what you're looking for.
Okay, I'll accept the last word, which is fair enough. I don't know what they study there. I'm ignorant of that. But it seems to me that largely they study the Quran. I don't know. I could be very wrong. I don't know that the education that they're giving them is a full education to engage in the world that they're actually living. And this is my issue. This is my issue. If you're going to say that the education of the Arabs is one thing, and then the education of the West is another thing, of the Europe is another thing, where is the education of Africans? Because you're telling me that the Arabs are the ones who are educated better. West. It's almost like an argument of a fool. Please don't disturb me. Please don't disturb me, my friend. That does not. Please, I don't want to shout. I don't want to shout. Please. Can you caution, forefather? Can you caution this guy? Can you caution him, please? I don't want to shout over. See this man. You're not. Can you allow me to speak? Caution the guy now. Look at this. Forefather sitting down there.
Go ahead. Talk.
I wish you wouldn't talk at all, my
friend. Take to the background, but this thing is speaking. You cannot even bring to the background. That is full animal.
Okay.
I'm tired, man.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. I think
my brother, I haven't finished. I don't know if you're hearing what's going on, or if you're just sitting down there. I don't know. I asked you to stop him so that I can complete what I'm saying. It's very rude of you.
Calm down. You can just say stuff without shouting.
Well, it's very difficult to be calm when you're not doing your job. The guy was speaking over me. You saw it. You sat down there like a plum.
I saw it, but you are not the first person he has spoken to like that.
No. But am I making any point? Are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm making a point. Okay, let me finish. My point is that the way that we are speaking about education here is not how grown people who are educated should be speaking about education. It's as though we don't understand. We do understand, but we want to pick sides. And that picking sides is unscrupulous. It's not how to conduct oneself in a public forum. It's not. We need to understand that there are particular things working against us as an African people. And both Islam and what they call Western theology are the things working against us as Africans. And instead of us picking up that point, we are now picking sides between two foreigners. It's pathetic. The way we speak and the sides we choose, we're shit-minded.
But Jackson, okay, so I don't think that's the issue. What happened? What just forefathers? Let me just.
Sorry, no more. Sorry, I'm not gonna do this when I will keep dragging me before you know you get engaged in another argument. So let me just take everybody backstage so that I can just round this up. Thank you all for coming in, and the conversation, to be fair, has actually gone okay. The only thing that I try to throw fire in it is that concerns, and it has gone relatively well in a civil manner. And I have to thank Ewesi and Chim and Tony, AY especially, and there is Valhalla, Speak the Truth and support the electoral voting. You all did very well today. I have to say, it could have gone very, very charged and everybody just saying what they didn't, what they felt. So I really appreciate it. And the chat has been relatively civil today. And I have to thank the people that have donated, and how much is 1,000 naira these days? I think it's about 70 cents, isn't it? So African Logic Frequency has been donating 1,000 naira continuously. That we have to appreciate that, because it's not easy to be in Nigeria donating money and shaming all these people that are overseas. None of them donated, and they can even barely do like share. Just go and like and share. Just like. You cannot share, just like. It doesn't cost you anything, and support the channel so that we can be able to bring more of this to you. Maybe they will even have new hosts. You know how a lot of people like new hosts, and maybe some of the panelists can even become a host. Especially when there's money to go around and maintain the quality of the platform. So I have to thank African Logic Frequency for his donations, and he's been donating 1,000 naira. I think altogether it's more than £5 he's donated, or $5. And Tim Majek donated $2. I have to appreciate that. Thank you for the donation. And hi, Buritan, I see you there. A for real. Paye, Pansat has been a little bit on the chat session. It's a chat warrior these days. OB, I see you there too. I see you. Thank you. Boom Boom Ray is also on the chat, and he came on the panel too. Thank you for joining us here. And all the people that are there that I didn't mention, I'm sorry. And I hope you all have a wonderful Christmas celebration. Maybe I might decide to come on before Christmas to just, have some kind of conversation, because I like some of these non-political conversations sometimes, because at least it breaks up the intensity of conversation. And there is a Tai Dajuma, thank you for joining us. Dan Isaiah, I see you there. AB, I see you there. Festus Onyiri. I have to be careful. I don't want to murder people's name. Onyiro. Hold on, let me get it right. Okay, let me just say this. Anybody that knows how to say it, write the phonetics for me. Festus is good enough. Onyirioha. Thank you for joining us today. Onyirioha. Thank you. Dan Isaiah, I think I've said that before. There is Can Fashan, thank you for joining us. Quite a few people that are now. Damma is there, supporting the channel, moderating. We have to give it to her. Thank you for your support, Adanma, for handling the chat. I really appreciate that. And Has Valiant, the Valhalla guy, is here. Thank you for joining us, Valhalla. And apologies for some of the annoyances that was going on here. You're always welcome to come and share your views. Thank you for joining us. Igwe, thank you too for joining us. So I will play us out. I wanted to play that video where the Oba was describing what I said, so that people can actually see and hear it before I play us out with the nice Igbo music.
Relinquish my right to be in charge of my ancestors' property. The properties, artifacts belong to my ancestors. They were taken from this palace. The palace was bigger than this, was as far as to the governor's office. As far as the governor's office in those days. It's in Wikipedia, we have Pinterest, and so on and so forth.
So there you go. When I heard that, I think it just reminds me of the sacrifices some people have made for this country. So I hope we all keep that in mind, with this information. And thank you all for joining us. Till next time, bye everyone.
Make I go low, make I shoot you bazooka, make you for your kata. I drink a go, I drink it, kai. Open barretta, I put that big book, I will. Open barretta, you know, today, the fire,